When I think about our modern world, I am astonished by how much progress we have made, how much we take it for granted, and how flawed human beings are, nowhere more visible than in the institutions we build. On the larger scale of human history, it was just a blink of an eye ago that we didn't have antibiotics or antiseptics or CPR or statins or ways to treat diabetes or hepatitis C and almost every disease. And indeed, we didn't even have an understanding of these diseases and the human body. And it is so bloody miraculous that we have made this progress, but also so bloody frustrating that it was far slower than it should have been, and that all the factors that got in the way of progress remain with us today. The broken institutions, the bad incentives, the limitations of human character. We live in unbelievable times because AI will supercharge our progress, and most human problems suddenly seem solvable. But the messiness of the real world gets in the way. Today's episode is actually with one of the most important thinkers I've had on this show. She sees what is wrong in the world of science, she sees many ways to fix it, and she has made it her life's mission to communicate this to us, to gift us the clarity she has so we can all also play this long game.
Welcome to The Seen and the Unseen, our weekly podcast on economics, politics, and behavioral science. Please welcome your host, Amit Verma.
Welcome to The Seen and the Unseen. My guest today is Saloni, a scientist who became a journalist and is basically one of my favorite science writers ever. Saloni is a founding editor of Works in Progress. She writes an awesome blog called Scientific Discovery. She hosts a podcast I love called Hard Drugs, and she picked up serious data chops in her time at Our World in Data. When it comes to science, I think of Saloni as both an authority and a free thinker. And in her crystal clear writing, she manages to make so much of the world of science visible to us. She takes it from the unseen to the seen. In this conversation, we spoke about the pipeline of scientific discovery. Our progress depends so much on more than just discovery. How our institutions are shaped by incentives, how they are broken, how they can be fixed, why science requires transparency and teamwork, how academia is broken and can be fixed, how data can be a powerful tool for good, and a lot else. I love this conversation. It made me think. It will make you think. But before we get to it, let's take a quick commercial break. One of the big regrets of my life is that I have procrastinated too much. What you see of me is all the work I've done in the public eye, like this podcast. What remains unseen is the 10 books I should have written and the many podcast and YouTube ideas that never came to life. And if you suffer from the same problem, then let me introduce you to the 6% Club. This is an initiative of Deepak Gopalakrishnan, also known as Chagopal, and Utsav Mamoria, both fine creators who have been on the show. Over 8 weeks, Chuck and Utsav will help you conceptualize, refine, and launch your newsletter, podcast, YouTube show, or book, whatever the project of your dreams is. They'll help you discover yourself and create from an authentic place, which is not about hacking the algo or doing hustle. You will find clarity. You will jump to action. They've mentored more than 300 people over 8 cohorts with much individual attention, one-on-one mentoring, and guest masterclasses by the likes of Krish Ashok, Mahima Vashish, Lavanya Mohan, and me. My masterclass kicks off the next cohort, which starts on June 6th. So at the very least, don't procrastinate about signing up for that. You know you want to. I say you've got to. So head on over to the6%.club, the6%.club. Once again, the6%.club, and sign up. Do it. Make something of your wild and precious life. The6%.club. Saloni, welcome to The Seen and the Unseen.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm very happy to be here.
Yeah, I've followed your work for a long time, and we've been planning to do this for a long time. Finally made it happen. So thank you for giving me so much of your time. I want to start off with something that kind of intrigued me when I read your bio at your Substack Scientific Discovery, where you said, outside of work, I enjoy photography, birdwatching, long walks, museums, film noir, and eating gelato. Now, apart from film noir and eating gelato, it seemed to me that all of the others require a lot of patience, require someone who doesn't want immediate gratification, who's kind of willing to wait, who's willing to chill. I mean, even eating gelato can be done with that state of mind, I guess. But all of them had that in common. And I wonder if that is a characteristic that, in a sense, forms a way or informs the way you do your work, because your work is also sort of very rigorous. I can imagine that you never rush into a topic. You take your time, you think about it, you structure it, etc., etc., and then you go deep. So I want to sort of ask you that question, that is that something essential to you, that that's just the kind of person you are, and use that as a segue to tell me about your childhood. Where were you born, where did you grow up, what were you like as a kid?
Yeah, I mean, that's very flattering, but I wouldn't actually describe myself as very patient at all. When I go to see museums, I mean, it varies depending on the museum, but I just walk through, just pause to look at some of the exhibits and then continue. And it's more getting the experience and, seeing different things, but I don't spend that much time thinking about them. And the same with bird watching. Again, it's more like I just enjoy the appearance of seeing different birds, kind of seeing what comes by. And I don't spend too much time on it. Gelato, I eat very quickly. I try to eat it before any of it melts and onto my hand or anything like that. But my childhood, where did I grow up? I grew up in Hong Kong. So my parents run a business. They trade dried fruits, spices, and herbs. And Hong Kong is a great trading port city for that. So they moved there before I was born. I was born in India, actually. And then we were living in Hong Kong, briefly moved to Dubai for a few years, but I grew up in Hong Kong, went to school there, and then moved to London for university. It's hard to remember what I was like as a child, but there are a lot of videos, and I think there's a lot that was basically the same about me back then, except that I was much shyer. I found it hard to speak to people, strangers especially, and I was very kind of quiet and disciplined.
Yeah, and it's so fascinating actually that, we have photographs of our childhood. The couple of generations before us didn't have that, and this generation basically records every freaking thing the kids today. So I wonder how that's going to end up when the 5-year-old of today has so much data to kind of go through. So what was school like? What was growing up in Hong Kong like? How did you spend your days? How did you see yourself in the world? What did you want to be? Give me a sense of that.
Yeah, I loved school. I went to an international school. I had friends from kind of all over Asia. I think the main thing I cared about back then was my friends and being getting good grades, just doing well at school. I liked every subject that we did, apart from sports, which I was very bad at. I didn't know what I wanted to do when I grew up. I basically had thought about doing pretty much everything possible. So I wanted to be a comic book artist at one point. I wanted to be an author. I wanted to be a spy at one point. I think I'd just seen too many films, and at some point I realized I have a high chance of dying on the job if I'm a spy. So it's probably not a great idea. I wanted to be an art director of films at some point. I don't think I had ever thought about being a scientist or a nonfiction writer. It was more things that were creative. Some more nerdy things, should I be an economist? Should I be a teacher? Yeah, I never really figured it out. And I didn't figure it out until a few years ago. I don't think every time I picked subjects at school, it was trying to keep the options open. I liked everything, but I didn't want to commit to just one subject. I just thought if I picked one thing, I could just get bored, or I'd want to do something else afterwards, and I wanted to keep my options open. And so it was very hard to figure out what I wanted to do.
So, there is this sort of simplistic stereotype of the brain being right brain, left brain, and, the right brain is all creative and all that. The left brain is analytical. And leaving aside whether the brain is actually like that or there's more to it, when you look at it, there are very few people in which I kind of find both of these being combined. And your little anecdote that here I wanted to be a spy till I saw the probability of dying while at work. Seems, in one sentence you bring the two of them together: the imaginative soul, who is, daydreaming about things, and then the analytical soul who's looking at the numbers. And similarly, I'm intrigued by, you're saying that you wanted to be a comic book artist or an art designer, which from none of your published work does one get a sense that, all right, that's also there, that's also Saloni. So tell me a bit about that. Like, were you into art? Did you actually try making comic books, etc., etc.? And you could have actually, given the kind of creative ecosystem Hong Kong has, or any place has, any big city has, you could also have easily moved into the creative fields and all of that. So give me a sense of, what that journey was like.
Yeah, I mean, I loved art. I used to play the piano. I wasn't very good at it. I think the common thing is really that I liked learning and I liked doing things, and I didn't necessarily like them enough to get to a very high level. So, one thing that I think is quite funny about me is that I've tried and failed to learn about 9 different languages, and just failed at different stages. Or rather given up. And it doesn't matter to me. It's like it would be great to be fluent at multiple languages, but mostly I just like the learning process itself. I just like the feedback and knowing something more than I did the previous day. I think when it comes to the art and the more analytical side, I sort of see that as like in both of my parents. My mom is very creative. She draws, she paints, she knits, she cooks, like she does all of these things and she does them amazingly. And then my dad is much more analytical, like he does accounting and finance and business, and is much more on that applied like math side. And I think I've sort of got maybe the best of both in some ways, but I'm not that good at a lot of these things. I'm not that good at art, and it was more just, it's fun, it's enjoyable, it's like creative. I do think that there's one thing that I do that does combine both of these skills, and I think that's data visualization. So I make a lot of graphs, and one of the big focuses is on how to make them accessible, but also beautiful, like how to make them understandable, to tell you something interesting that you didn't know, but also to actually make you feel something. And I think that's kind of uncommon, but it's just something that makes data visualization so special. It's really analytical, but it's also very creative.
You have a fantastic essay on data visualization, which we'll talk about at length later. But I want to double click now on what you said about how you enjoy the process of learning, that it doesn't matter that you tried to learn 9 languages but never got fluent, but the process of learning. And what I found with me is that one of the core characteristics which I think about as almost defining who I am is that I love trying to understand new things in terms of getting to first principles, figure out how it works, get really good at it, get better at it than other people, because hey, one is a man, one has to be competitive, and then get bored and drop it. Like, chess.com has all these variants of chess where the normal rules of chess don't apply. So, so for me, it's been a challenge over the years that one by one I've figured them out, reached number 1 or 2 on the site in 3 of them, in fact, and then immediately drop down, because then what happens is that then I just start doing it for the dopamine, and I start just ticking the boxes, and that engaged mind just switches off completely and you get into a different zone.
Yeah.
And I find one trap is that in a lot of professions, that perhaps happens to 95% of people, that there might be an initial period of engagement when they grok something, they learn something, and they're really alive to what is happening. But then they just get into a groove and they just go along that groove and they're ticking the boxes. And it's almost like a part of them has just shut off or switched off, or I don't want to use a harsh word, died. And it seems to me that not only are you someone who wants to keep engaged, but in a sense, the work that you do, where you're constantly, exploring new avenues in science and medicine, actually makes sure that you can't get into autopilot, that you are
Right.
always kind of engaged and so on. So give me a sense of, this observation that I made about most people. Am I being really unfair? Of course, I have no access to data to figure this out. And, what do you see around you? Is it that through an act of intentionality, you can make yourself the kind of person who's always alive and engaged? Or is it that people are the way they are and no longer the selection effect would have kicked in, so many of your friends would possibly be people just like you? But, so give me a sense of this observation, how this plays out. Do you sometimes feel bored of your work? Do you sometimes have to remind yourself? Or because you're doing different interesting things one after the other, you're always just switched on?
Yeah, I don't know what it's like for other people. I'm jealous of people who can stick to one thing and make it their career. And, when when I did my PhD, for example, and when I was doing research, I just didn't enjoy it because it was one research project for several years. And, when I started my PhD, the first project that I worked on, I thought, this is going to last 3 months and then I'll do something else. And it took a year and a half. And by the end of it, I was like, I don't want to see this ever again in my life. I don't want to think about it anymore. I was happy with it, but I mostly just wanted to move on. And what's different about my work now is that I get to work on so many different topics. Like, 1 month it's cardiovascular disease, and the next month it's malaria or something like that. And each of them, it's just fun. You get to learn a lot about a new topic. You get to see the connections between them. And I think that diversity of the areas that I focus on makes it just much more motivating. I don't ever feel bored. But I also feel like I get to a point where I've learned enough about it that it feels satisfying, and I don't have the desire or motivation to be able to stick to that topic. And that's something that I wish I had, but I'm also glad that I have a job where I get to do lots of different things.
Tell me also about, your journey in figuring out what you want to do. Like, you went to Imperial College in London for your BSc, and you were into medicine and science right from the start. And I wonder what that journey was like, because I think what happens is there are different ways in which one arrives at what one wants to do. In my case, it was just confusion and serendipity, and I just went wherever. Some people have it like superbly figured out when they're 17, and I don't get how they do that. So either it could be a case of, I love this, I'm going to do this, or it could be a case of, I'm really good in school in this, I'm getting great marks, I'm getting great grades, I'll get, and you just kind of go with what you're good at, and then you might also like it, but you like many different things. So what was that journey for you? Because looking back, everything seems kind of linear, your BSc, your MSc, your PhD, it's all related, it seems linear, it feels like an easy journey. But what was actually going on? Show me some of the fog that you must have experienced.
I mean, I had no idea what I wanted to do at university. Like I mentioned, I liked most of the subjects that I did at school. I thought, should I do economics? Should I do biology? Should I do medicine? One of the reasons that I chose biomedical science was because it was so broad. It was just, I'm not going to run out of things to learn, and I'm going to continue to find it interesting. I think I had also read a few books and watched a few films that kind of inspired me a little bit. So one of them was Contagion, which maybe you've seen, and it's such a fantastic movie. And I remember watching that and just feeling like, oh, I have to do this. This is so important. This is basically life or death, right?
It was like a spy thriller.
It was exactly. And then I had read a few neuroscience books. I was really into neuroscience, but not so much the details. It was more that it was just so cool. Like, it's just so cool that so much is happening up in your brain, and it's like all of the cell signaling. How does it all work? And that just fascinated me. And I just thought, I don't know what to do. Let me keep the options open. This is a subject that is very broad, and I can decide what I want to do later on. And actually, when I got to university, I think I didn't really enjoy the way that it was taught. So I thought, I'm going to learn so many different things. I'm not going to get bored. But the way that I was taught was actually very boring. It was very much, and if here are all of the facts that you need to learn about it, these are all of the studies that have been done on this topic. And I think partly it was because the lecturers who taught us, most of them were not seasoned. They were not trained lecturers. It was like researchers at the forefront of their field. And we'd have one lecture by each person, and it would be about their discipline. And they just have no kind of practice doing talks in general. And so it was, getting taught by some of the leading experts in their fields, but also people who didn't really know how to teach that well. And so I lost interest in a lot of it very soon, and it just became a matter of trying to do well on the exams instead. And for a while, I think I lost interest, and I also started reading much more about the replication crisis in science. So this idea that a lot of findings fail to replicate, sometimes because of, small samples, and the results that you find are just by chance, by fluke. Sometimes it's because of poor research practices and things like that. And it just sort of struck me that it sort of made sense, but it also seemed to me so strange that when you're learning about biology and medicine, there's so much that we actually do know, that we're very confident about. Like we know, roughly how the heart works. We know, roughly what causes certain diseases. We know that at like a cellular level, or sometimes like a molecular level. And at the same time, there's this replication crisis, and sometimes to some degree that's because they were in different fields. So the replication crisis mostly is known in psychology. It also affects other fields, but mostly it was, talked about in psychology. And this is medicine. And I thought, okay, maybe the difference is that maybe the psychologists are not validating their research in the same way or something like that. Yeah, that kind of distinction really caught my interest, and I got much more interested in the field kind of conceptually, like just this idea of how do we even know all of these things about the body and how these diseases. And I started reading much more about like the history of, how did we learn about dementia, or how did we learn about heart disease or anything like that. Each of these things that I was learning in class at university had this incredible story behind it that we weren't being told. And it was really that fascinated me, that I thought, if only I had learned about these subjects in that way of not just learning the fact, but how did people figure that out? Like, what were the hypotheses that they had? What did they rule out? Which experiments did they do? How did they figure all of that out? And that really, I think, got me interested again in the subject. And that's kind of what I've been writing about for the last 5 or 6 years, where it's much more from this perspective of not just what do we know, but how do we know that, and how confident can we be? And I think it's just a much more both interesting perspective, but it also kind of helps you to understand the process of science itself.
There's a metaphor you used in your essay on data visualization, which I want to apply to this, which is you wisely warned people not to zoom in too much or zoom out too much. And what you've done, through your work is you've zoomed out quite beautifully, because what I find is that when people are studying a field, any field, they make two broad mistakes, both of which they make two narrow mistakes rather, both of which you've avoided. And those mistakes are mistakes of narrowness. One, they immerse themselves in their field or even a particular silo within that field and don't go beyond. And B, they don't really care about the history. They're like, I need to know what is current, I need to know what is in the textbooks, I don't really need to learn about history. Now, what you've kind of done, and is so visible in all of your work, is that you've zoomed out. You've gone back in time and you've kind of looked at history. And again, that might well be a core quality, because on another interview you talk about how you like noir films and crime fiction from the 40s and 50s. So you clearly like going back, but you zoomed out a lot and got in the historical context. And also you've zoomed out in a different way and allowed economics to come into play or sociology to come into play. And, all of that is sort of a beautiful melange in everything that you write. So give me a sense of this, that in your case, I am guessing that this would just be natural to you. It's just who you are, right? But in the case of most people in any profession, they simply don't zoom out in this way, which is why, that phrase, the Renaissance man, or I guess Renaissance person, as we would say today, is a rare breed, simply doesn't exist. So, what's your observation on this? Like when you look around you, you meet many scientists, you meet many people in medicine, you meet many people in data. I'm sure, again, the selection effect, all your colleagues must be more or less like you. But what's your observation around? And we'll talk about the ecosystem of science after this, but it strikes me that a lot of the problems with the ecosystems of science and medicine is that people who are dealing with it at the level of policy or decision making simply do not have that broad view. So,
yeah, I mean, thinking about it from a historical perspective adds so much. I think that most people, if you're thinking about any problem that we have today, and there are a lot of problems, and I think that when people think about problems, they're often thinking about what do we face right now, and why are we in this situation, and how do we solve this problem? And I think it's very easy from that mindset, especially if you're in just one particular field, to not appreciate how much has changed, how much progress there's been over the long term, and how that problem that we face right now doesn't have to be unsolvable. So I'll give you an example. I've written a lot about the malaria vaccines, and often when I talk to scientists about this, and obviously they're much more knowledgeable about the science than I am, but often I would ask them, why was it so hard to make a malaria vaccine? And the answer is often just, it's very scientifically complicated, and, I hear that and I agree it's very scientifically complicated, but if you kind of zoom out and think about the broader sociological context, malaria research is very underfunded. There are not that many scientists in that field. A lot of the research that has been done on it has been during wartime. So a lot of the research happened during and after World War II, and then during the Vietnam War. And that kind of increased the amount of funding, the number of scientists who are working on that problem. And even if it's really difficult for one particular scientist or one lab to find a solution and create a malaria vaccine, if you add more funding and you add more people working on the problem, thinking about it from different perspectives, someone's eventually going to solve it. And I think that that's something that people often forget. And I think that it's just like this, thinking about things historically can give you so much more understanding of how to solve these challenges. Like one of the things that really got me into this, well, I used to work at Our World in Data, which is this online website that pulls together research and data on big problems, and I would often write about them from a historical perspective, because that's generally the kind of perspective that they use. And I was always interested in this, like how did we have so much medical progress? How did life expectancy increase so much? How did child mortality decline so much? Like, what are the actual breakthroughs and what are the drivers of this? And kind of reading about those, I think, gave me just such a big, insight into how much progress can happen, not just in terms of child mortality declining, but like our scientific understanding of each of these diseases has changed so much over history. Like no one had ever seen a virus before the 1930s. Like that fact just blows my mind. Or CPR was invented in 1960. Before that, it didn't exist. If you collapsed with a heart attack, people wouldn't know what to do. People wouldn't know how to help you. I just think things like this are just so underappreciated, and it makes people, I think, underestimate what's possible today, what's around the corner, and not appreciate also just how much of this is influenced by the broader sociological context. It's not just about how difficult the problem is. It's also about the funding and the who's working on it and the institutions and the motivation. And sometimes it's like the trendy things in science get more attention, and things don't get solved just because only a few people are working on them.
So, we'll come back to your personal journey and we'll come back to college, but let's instead sort of digress into the theme of the ecosystem of science, because, there are two strands that I see playing out in a lot of your writing, which obviously concern you a lot. And one of them is how scientific progress is so incredibly painfully slow, right? After Jenner comes up with the vaccine, it takes 90 years for the next one to come, and a long, long time before people even figure out the actual science behind it, and then they come,
Right.
and now we are in this absolutely miraculous place. And as you've pointed out, CPR, antibiotics, antiseptics, statins, there are so many things that we just take for granted, but they took so incredibly long to come up. Like I look at the 19th century, there is Ignaz Semmelweis and hand washing, there is CP Snow and the whole thing about cholera, which took 40-50 years to actually get mainstream. So at one level it seems that it's really, really slow, and and everything that causes it to be slow is the ecosystem of science itself, the status quo bias that entrenched interests will have, and just wrong ways of thinking about the problem. Like in the case of cholera, as you've pointed out elsewhere, there were many competing hypotheses. All of them had data and logic to support them. So only in hindsight does it look completely obvious. So at one level, there is that slowness. And the other theme is how freaking miraculous all of this is. Like, as you pointed out, statins are only 1980s. You look at the death rates from cardiovascular diseases before that, and you've written some great pieces on that as well, which we'll speak about. That, and as you point out, we are in the golden age of vaccines. Like COVID happens, and within months, we've got all these vaccines rolling out, is almost unbelievable. And obviously, again, these are also emerging because the ecosystem of science is a particular way. So I want you to tell me a bit about and it's a very broad question, so we can break it up and talk about it in parts.
Sure. Yeah.
But I want to understand the pipeline of scientific discovery. Like, where does it begin? How do you arrive at discovery? What are the incentives in play? And then, after that, we can talk about what happens after you discover something, because that's not the whole game. There is just so much to come after it. The malaria vaccine, as you pointed out, was discovered in the 90s, and it's only like 3 years ago that it actually got approved. And I think you pointed out some 500 million people have died who might have been saved, some number like that, which is crazy.
500,000 every year.
500,000 every year. Yeah, okay. That's slightly better number, but still alarming. Our human brain is not qualified to handle big numbers, so all the same. So give me a sense of that ecosystem of scientific discovery. What are the incentives like? Break it down for me.
Sure, yeah. I mean, I think people often break this up into two categories. There's the basic research, which is often people exploring things. They're just trying to understand how the world works, how some particular thing works. They don't have any goal in mind, and they're not trying to create a vaccine. They're not trying to make a drug or something. They're just trying to understand, let's say, how does this cell move around the body or something like that. And that's what you would call basic research. And then there's applied research, which is the opposite. You are trying to solve a particular problem, or you're trying to make something that does something specific. And people often think about this as a linear process. First, you start with the basics, you understand the problem, and then you move to the applied and you apply that understanding. And I think there's something to that, but I don't think that it's actually a correct model of how science works. And there's a great article about this by Jason Crawford. So he wrote this article called "Innovation is Not Linear." And he explains why he thinks that this idea is wrong. And essentially there are kind of different ways that science can happen. So one is this, you study the thing, you understand some elements of the problem, and then you can use that to create something new. And one great example of that is the invention of the electron microscope. So the light microscopes, which many people will know from their biology class, are these little bulky items where you're looking through this glass at something, and it's lit up by it's lit actual visible light, and that's very useful for certain things. But the light waves themselves are much bigger, or big enough that you can't. You will not be able to see things that are too small. They just don't refract enough. And so people had figured out the fact that there was this limit to how much resolution you could see with a light microscope. And then in the late 19th century, early 20th century, people discovered electrons, which have a much smaller wavelength. And that means if you can use electrons instead of light, then you can try to resolve the differences that are much smaller. And so building on that knowledge and some other ideas, people thought, okay, well, if that's the case, then we can see much smaller detail if we develop an electron microscope. And so they actually worked on that. And, the first electron microscopes that people invented in the 1930s were not that good, but they refined kind of the vacuum, they refined the lenses, things like that. And eventually you were able to see a resolution maybe 1,000 times greater than you could see with light microscopy. And so that, I think, is a great example of this moving from this basic understanding of how does light microscopy work? How does light work? Why would electrons be better? And then you create the thing. And that's often how science happens. But there's also another way that sometimes it's just through tinkering. You're just experimenting. You're just trying a bunch of different things, seeing what works, and then you learn the theory from that. So it's almost the other way around. And there are many examples of that as well. So most drugs in the 20th century were found through this process of just pure trial and error. People had no idea why they worked exactly enough, and the reason is just that mechanism was just too difficult to be observed. And so you would be trying out, hundreds or thousands of different chemical compounds and molecules to see, do any of them work against this disease? And that's how we found the first HIV drugs. That's how we found the first statins against cholesterol. That's how we found the first antibiotics often. And like all of these things just came from just accidents, trial and error, just seeing what happens. And so you kind of get this other process where you found something that works, and then you're trying to figure out, how does it work? Like, what is the active ingredient? What makes it work? And based on that, you can then build out. You can make new statins. You can make new cholesterol drugs, etc. So that is another pipeline. And I think this idea that things only happen one way is not correct. Like, people build upon each other's understanding, and sometimes it's the engineering, or sometimes it's the tinkering that gets you the breakthrough in scientific understanding, and sometimes it's the other way around. So that's kind of how I would describe how this process works at Discovery.
And give me a historical sense of how the role that institutions play, how institutions gradually begin to come up till you have that sort of scientific sort of ecosystem. Like, at one point, you basically have scientists almost working alone, passion projects, labor of love, or they are trying to make something in the manner of the applied research, and they come across something. But eventually you have an ecosystem forming. There are universities, there are organizations, then you have those funding pipelines happening, and everywhere there are incentives in play. What do you want to fund? Because of course, scarce resources, etc., etc. So give me a historical sense of the evolution of the scientific ecosystem, as it were.
Sure. I mean, I think I can talk about biology and medicine. That's the area that I know best. But I think it has kind of been institutionalized and systematized over time. So I think in the kind of earlier, let's say 18th century, Charles Darwin, that kind of era, a lot of it was, the way that science happened was through academic societies, sometimes universities, but people would share their new data and things at these conferences in person, sometimes through letters, but usually in person, and they would kind of debate some of these issues there. But it was really much more dispersed. People are often working on their own. They're not necessarily working in labs. You'll have doctors who have a group of students who are discovering things, but often it's kind of individual people in their free time. This idea of patronage system in science, where some rich guy is paying you to do whatever you want to do. or you just happen to be, the son of a rich person, and so you're able to do whatever you like with
or
your
a Gregor
free time.
Mendel kind of
You're a
maverick.
priest, yeah, 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 a monk, yeah, exactly. And there were universities and there were like hospitals and, other institutions also doing this research, but it's much more of this mix of like people just doing this in their free time or people in smaller labs. And now I think what we see is much more systematization. So there's the universities with often big labs, and there's this kind of prestige where some of the big scientists will have like 20, maybe 100 students working with them, and others are kind of just on their own, their postdocs. But the basic versus applied research is also kind of varied. Often universities tend to focus much more on basic research, where, they're doing research just to understand how things work. They're not necessarily trying to create certain products. They're trying to figure out the knowledge and the theories, right? They're debating those things. And the more commercial or the more like applied research typically happens in smaller companies. Like either it gets spun off from academics, like creating a company to commercialize something, or it just happens in like industrial labs and, the pharmaceutical companies and things like that. And there's actually this great book just behind me on my shelf called Genentech, The Beginnings of Biotech. That's about this, how this kind of more spin-out version of science happened in biology, where people were trying to develop human insulin in a synthetic form. So I don't know if you know, but in the 1920s and 30s, when scientists first discovered what causes diabetes and how to solve it with insulin, the only way that they could get that insulin was from the pancreases of animals. So they literally had to kill the animal, extract the pancreas, and extract the hormone from it. And it was very difficult to scale that up. It involved slaughtering a lot of animals, and the number of diabetic patients was really just rising, in part because the treatment was effective, so they were alive for longer, but also because it was a growing population during the 20th century. And so people were trying to find new ways to make insulin production more efficient. And at the same time, there were some scientists who were working on something called genetic engineering. So they wanted to try to create something from one organism in another organism. Can we make a gene that like humans have, but make bacteria or yeast produce it? And because insulin is a human protein, and it just uses one gene. If you can extract that gene and introduce it into yeast or bacteria, make the yeast or bacteria produce it, that's much easier than killing lots of animals. And but like in theory at least. And so there were these scientists who were trying to develop this pathway of trying to make this work. But, in academia, there's no incentive to commercializing a product. The whole point is to publish papers, to circulate your findings, right? To like contribute to academic research, not to make products, not to profit from them, not anything like that. And so these scientists in that era decided to create a kind of spin-off company that was just focused on making insulin. And it was the first I think it was the first medical product that used this genetic engineering technique, where they managed to find a way to use the human insulin gene and get yeast to produce it in a big tank. And it took a long time, I think, for them to figure that out. But once they did, the scale was just so much higher than it was from animals. And that's where a lot of insulin that diabetics use today that keeps them alive comes from some of these breakthroughs. And it's just this idea, I think, that I find interesting, that often this basic research comes from academics. It's scientists working on the lab. They figured out what genetic engineering is and how it works. And then the way that they actually commercialize it and turn it into something that changes people's lives is often through a more commercial process outside of universities.
Let's talk about the current sort of environment for actually doing science. And there, I guess, just in the context of medicine, which you know so well, one way of dividing that would be that most of the basic research perhaps happens within the universities, and then companies also get some done. But what corporations really do is much more of applied research, that they're tackling specific problems. Now, in both of these, it seems to me that there are features and there are bugs. Within academia, of course, it is awesome that you have an institutional apparatus to kind of help you. It allows for a certain kind of specialization within teams, as you have written about. We need a lot more of that, etc., etc. But at the same time, there are again a lot of bugs in the sense that you can get into silos. People might want to fund only what is fashionable in a particular moment. Contrarians have a much harder time sort of getting funding. There are push funding problems where funders might want quick wins. So there are all kinds of incentives in play, and even within that system, even after you do the basic research, the actual task of getting a paper published, that whole pipeline is like completely broken. You have a great essay on this, and we can also talk about this in some detail. So for the moment, if we just focus on the basic science that is being done in academia, what does it look like, and what are the pros and cons of the system?
Yeah, I think it really there's many of both. So I think there are many pros, and I think one of the big pros is this idea that you can explore, you can just see, you might not have any goal in mind. You're just trying to understand how things work. And that has often, down the line led to really big, important breakthroughs that have changed our lives. And wouldn't have happened without this just exploring and, going down paths that other people have not taken because they don't initially seem like they will give you something. And I think academia is really good for that because it's much more about theory and it's much more about, just this very specific thing that you might be doing research on. I think that itself has drawbacks as well. I mean, you could really be going into dead ends for a long time. There's no feedback loop in terms of does this actually work? That you're not going to get that necessarily from academia if you're not producing products that you're testing and validating and things like that. And so I do think that you need both. I think there's the other thing that you mentioned of publishing being the main incentive for academics. It's like, I think it's publishing, it's prestige and reputation, and all of these things are very much tied together. And what that means is that often what people do research on is just something that's fashionable. It doesn't have to be something that's important. It might not be the correct way of thinking about the disease, but it's the thing that people are interested in. And one example of this is in Alzheimer's disease, where there are many different theories of what causes Alzheimer's, but one particular theory, the amyloid hypothesis, is the one that's the most popular. And there are so many pieces and books written about this on just how much of a kind of monoculture that is. And, on a personal level, I think that hypothesis is probably the best one, but I also think we haven't made that much progress in developing treatments for Alzheimer's. And so I would love if there was just much more diversity and people trying out things different ways, maybe just trying and experimenting and just seeing, does anything work, and working backwards from there. If I mention, I think I mentioned the HIV treatment, and the first HIV drugs that worked in the 1980s came from cancer researchers. They didn't have a background in infectious diseases. They didn't have, specific theories that they knew would work. It didn't come from theory at all. It was testing out hundreds of different compounds in the lab, eventually coming upon one that worked. And that was originally developed as a cancer drug. And then kind of working backwards from there to understand why did it work. And using that knowledge to then create more antivirals. And I think with cancer research especially, there's just much more of this trial and error process. A lot of cancer drugs have come through this process of let's just try hundreds of different things and work backwards from there, because cancer is so complicated. It's so complex. It evolves so fast. You just have to try and see what happens. And then you have to kind of combine often multiple drugs so that you're able to target the cancer and not let it evolve to resist any of them. And the same is true in HIV. It evolves very quickly. It quickly gains resistance to the drugs that you use to treat it. And so that approach really worked, but it came completely out of field, right? And it came through this very different approach. So I think that that's often something that people forget about. And then when you mention funding as well, what I often find in global health, especially, is that the amount of funding that a problem gets is, generally speaking, proportional to how much it affects people in richer countries. And that is because there is a bigger market for those products. There's much more funding available. There's much more commercial interest in them. In universities, it's a bit different. And thankfully, there's much more academic research on these problems that are otherwise neglected. But there's so many diseases where there are really only a handful, maybe like a few dozen scientists worldwide who are really doing research on these. And part of the reason is because they don't affect us. They affect people in Africa or like in Southeast Asia, where there aren't enough scientists. There isn't enough financial resourcing to fund these projects. And so I think that is also something that people both outside science and academia, but even inside, really don't appreciate, that there are many diseases that we could solve that we're not solving because of a lack of funding, because hardly anyone is even working on them in the first place.
So I want to, double click on one aspect of it. Like when you spoke about amyloid plaques in Alzheimer's and the whole sort of virtual consensus that this is what we need to focus on, and therefore that has the opportunity cost that a lot of the money goes into, funding that, and you're not throwing things at the wall. And as you pointed out, that a lot of progress, whether it is Edward Jenner or whatever, has really come through throwing things at the wall or accidentally finding a breakthrough when you weren't expecting it. Like in one of your podcast episodes, you talk about how xanomeline trospium, which is now such a great drug for schizophrenia, you first realized in the early 70s that it is stopping hallucinations when it was part of something being used to try and attack Alzheimer's. So you were trying something completely different, and just by accident you discovered and I discovered this. And I wonder if we lose some of the space for serendipity when we don't allow enough of this to happen. Just people throwing things at the wall and seeing what sticks. And obviously there are trade-offs, because the more you do of that, the less you can actually focus on something which scientists might, for a good reason, believe that is actually the key. So what is your sense of this trade-off and how it works?
Yeah, it's a really interesting question, and I think that it's something there's kind of a very interesting kind of example of this in biology and medicine, of this idea that a drug that is being tested for one problem might actually be useful for something else. And when you're testing a drug or a medicine, you're not seeing, does it improve everything, right? You're not testing everything at once. You're testing it out on patients with one disease. So you kind of have to do that one at a time in some ways. And often we don't know how each of these drugs work. So often they're so small, they can get into many different parts of your body. They can have many different effects that are very hard to predict. And the things that you think will work might not work. And sometimes things will work, but for a reason that you didn't even understand. And there's this idea that many people that I know have had to try to make it easier to do this repurposing. Let's try to test if drugs that already exist could be useful for other purposes as well. And within pharmaceutical companies, they will often have a very big library of drugs or compounds that they have patented. So to some degree, they're already doing this process of trial and error. They're seeing, in the lab at least, do any of these drugs work against this condition in the cells in the lab? And that is often the kind of starting point for drug development. But even among the drugs that they've already developed that are already on the market, they might be trying it for different things. So, like weight loss drugs right now, semaglutide, Ozempic, many of them are being tested for different conditions as well. Kidney disease, Alzheimer's, narcolepsy. People are seeing, do they work for any of these other conditions? And there is an incentive for pharmaceutical companies to do that, because if they manage to find that it's effective for something else, they'll get access to a whole new market of patients that they can sell that drug to. But the problem with doing this in pharmaceutical companies is that once the patent expires, there's no longer an incentive to continue that development, right? Once that patent expires, a generic manufacturer can easily undercut you. You no longer have this market that you've secured for treating that disease. And so what you find in economics research, this great economist called Heidi Williams, she has this paper recently just looking at how this changes this idea of like trying to repurpose drugs for one disease to other diseases. And it kind of just drops off a cliff once the patent term expires. And it really shows that firstly, there is this process to do this. In theory, it's possible, people are doing it, but once the commercial incentives go away, there's no longer really a need to do it. And so the idea that some friends of mine and colleagues of mine have had is, how do we then incentivize this process once again? How do we make it actually valuable, and like, how do we reward companies or academics for doing this research that otherwise wouldn't happen? Because we know that often many drugs have come through that process, right? And so there are kind of different ideas of how to do that. Maybe you get a prize if you show that a drug works for something else. There's a financial incentive there. Or maybe we'll just ask researchers which drugs they think could work for some other purpose, and the government, or it's like a publicly funded trial or something like that. And there are many other ideas along those lines, but I think this idea that you've described of these kind of accidental or like trial and error process of finding drugs or finding discoveries is definitely there. And I think it's what I think many scientists won't realize is just how much that's also affected by the commercial incentives.
Yeah, I mean, just a couple of examples of popular drugs which which came up accidentally like this are Ozempic and Viagra, and it strikes me that one makes you smaller and the other makes you bigger. But moving on to, moving back to the basic research pipeline, tell me also about peer review. You have a superb essay on it, which I'll obviously link from the show notes, and you kind of go into the history of that, and you point out that it wasn't always us. Like in 1953, Watson and Crick wanted to get their paper out quickly, and the reason they sent it to Nature was that it would just get published really fast. Mm-hmm. And then eventually peer review came in from the journals as a matter of reputation control. So nobody could accuse Nature of a particular kind of bias or favoritism. No one could accuse, say, the Royal Society of bad curation, as you've pointed out. But now that system, like, just as a complete outsider from the outside, it seemed to me for a long time that system is completely broken. The incentives are messed up. Reviewers spend crazy time. There are crazy bottlenecks. You've pointed out that someone who submits a paper to Nature or PNAS can get published 9 months later on average in the top econ journals. It's like it's 34 months or almost 3 years, and that is only for those which are accepted in the first place. Right. If you're rejected and you go from journal to journal, the whole process can take years, which is frustratingly slow, and it's sort of absolutely crazy. And and there are people who have, for example, Hessen and Bright, who argued that peer review should just be abolished. It's a complete kind of it's a dysfunctional process. Your thoughts on it are fairly deep and nuanced in the sense that you acknowledge the pros, you talk about the cons, and then you come up with a bunch of kind of solutions of how you can make the system better. So take me through your thinking on this.
Sure. Yeah. I love doing research on that topic. I think peer review is such an interesting and weird system, I think, for anyone on the outside. Maybe I could kind of describe what it's like for a scientist. So And there's sort of a thing also where, because you know what the process is like and you have these expectations, you will change the way that you do research and what you do research on in anticipation of that. But the process is generally that you've done some research, you try to write it up as a paper, you then submit that paper to an academic journal. The editors at that journal will then try to find other scientists who are in that field who might be able to review that paper. And what's very strange and difficult about this system is that many of the editors, they don't have a great internal system of finding out who is available for peer review. They don't know necessarily who is the best person to ask about this subject. The editor themselves might have some connections and they might have, some idea, but it's really difficult often for them to find people who have the time and the expertise. And this time component, I think, is really important because when they do send it out for a review to some other academic, that reviewer doesn't get paid. It's really, they're just doing it out of their goodwill or, as part of their job, but no one is tracking how many papers that you're reviewing. If you're doing none, it doesn't matter in terms of your career progression. If you're doing a lot, it's going to hurt you in terms of your time, but obviously you're contributing something important to science. And so you'll send this paper out for peer review. Sometimes it's like 2 reviewers. Sometimes I have had up to 6 reviewers sometimes, and they will give you comments on the papers. And sometimes they're clarifications, sometimes they're questions, sometimes they'll ask for more experiments and say, like, I don't believe this. If you did this, this would persuade me or something like that. And they'll make a lot of suggestions for improvement. And so that part of the process, I think, is actually pretty good. The fact that you're getting feedback from other scientists within the field about what would persuade them on the subject, or, what they think could be improved or what you've gotten wrong. But I think the other part, the fact that you won't get published in a journal unless the reviewers have kind of come to an agreement and the editor has come to an agreement that they liked your paper and they thought that it was worth publishing. Because if you're just asking 2 people in the field, what did you think of this paper and should we publish it? And try to make a suggestion on that. That's a very small sample, right? And it's very much almost up to chance, really, like whether you get published. And it's not completely up to chance. I do think that peer review keeps out certain papers that are extremely low quality. And I think that it does improve the quality of papers, but it's really just so much chance in who gets assigned to you as a reviewer that affects whether you're going to get published at all. And if they reject you, then you have to send your paper to another journal if you do want to continue working on it, or you might just give up entirely and work on something more productive. And I think there's another problem that comes out of this process because it is so onerous sometimes. It takes 6 months, 9 months to get a paper published. That's on your first attempt. It might actually take several years to get it published if you've gone to different journals after 1 or 2 have rejected you. That fact itself affects what people choose to study and what people choose to write papers about. And that people are going to write papers on things that they think are more likely to get to that finish line, right? And I think that seems to be a problem. A lot of papers, good papers, get rejected by journals just because of the handful of reviewers who didn't like them, even if they were great papers. And so it can just take so long for something to be published. And, I think there's a great example of this initially in the discovery of CRISPR, the type of gene editing approach that came from bacteria, I think. There's a maybe South American scientist who discovered, or maybe it was a Spanish scientist who discovered this process in bacteria. And I think he submitted it to multiple journals that rejected him. And now we look back on that and think this discovery led to so many huge improvements in our ability to do research in genetics or in biology as a whole. And the fact that it was just seen as so wild and so out there that people just thought this isn't possible, right? And that it was rejected, I think it really just shows that this is not the way that peer review should be working. And I just don't think that it should be used as this kind of gatekeeping system. I think the benefits of peer review are the fact that the reviewers can improve your research and your analysis and how you've described the paper, but I don't think that it should be used as this gatekeeping tool. And so the idea in this article that I wrote was, and what are some of the other systems that we have for trying to address this problem? And I think it's just an increasingly important problem because nowadays, it's much easier to write a paper. One, because of the internet, it's just much easier to type up and send, for people around the world to send submissions to a journal. And instead of getting dozens of submissions per month or something, they would now get hundreds or maybe even thousands. And so you have to have better processes of doing peer review. But now it's even more that's the case because of AI. It's just much easier to actually conduct research, sometimes well, sometimes very poorly, and we just don't have great systems to do that. It's just such a bottleneck, right? Because no matter how much faster the actual research process goes, there aren't that many journals, and the number of reviewers is limited, and the amount of time that they have is limited. And I just thought that we were really missing out on this. And I wrote that paper, I think, during the pandemic, and it was really apparent to me even then that there are papers that have really been very important and influenced policy and our understanding of the disease that were not published. They were published as preprints, kind of working papers or drafts. And got published maybe a year or two later when it would have otherwise been too late. And so I think that this idea of being able to share the drafts is important, being able to share a working version of the paper is important. And I was really interested in just the different systems that exist for that purpose and how we build new ones. And I think there has been lots of experimentation on this. One that I would like to point out is this forum called virological.org. And it was the place that the first genome sequence of the coronavirus was shared. And even since then, there's just been lots of research in viruses that has been published on this, essentially what is a blog, right? It's like a forum with threads for each analysis. And you'll have the initial person posts their analysis and results. It's not a full paper. It's maybe just a part of it. It's just the methods and the results. And other scientists, you will see their comments underneath, right? And they will say, oh, did you look at this? And this is how I reanalyzed your data. And I just thought that was so fantastic that first you can see what the other people are saying publicly. That's not the case with most peer review. The comments aren't made public. And secondly, you can kind of see this train of thought. It's not just we see the whole final product right at the end, but you can actually see how they got there and how this process improved. And the fact that it was just much faster to do this than it was to publish in academic journals. And so I think that's kind of one model that I think could be good, but I think there's just so many other ideas that people should be having on how to improve this system.
I'm just thinking that, this, for the nonconformist in me, this whole gatekeeping of peer review sounds so lunatic because, as a writer or a podcast, I don't think I'd be either a writer or a podcaster if I had to go through peer review for everything. Who's going to sit through my 8-hour episodes and kind of approve them? What kind of feedback are they going to send? It just sounds really horrible, but no, I totally get it why in science you need that kind of rigor. I liked one of the solutions that you kind of quoted in your piece where Timothy Timothy Gowers talks about how the math and physics ecosystems works, that, they'll just put preprints or versions of their paper on these open servers, and other academics and scientists comment on them, and then a lot of iteration happens, all of which, you can view, and you can see how it evolves. And then by the time the final paper is actually sent to a journal, is kind of a formality. So
Right.
that seemed a better move towards something. I want to quote a couple of sentences by you and
Sure.
ask you to kind of double click on those, because both of them seem to contain profound insights. And one of them was about the form of academic research, where at one point you write, quote, "Not every piece of research needs to fit the format of an academic paper to be useful to the world," stop quote. And this seems really profound because, throughout history, what I find happening across various different fields is that something will take a particular form for particular reasons, but then the reasons change, the world changes, and that form remains as an artifact. And it seems to some extent the academic paper is a little bit like that, where you do need it, but it is not the sole carrier of progress in a sense. So, so elaborate a little bit on this for me.
Yeah, I mean, I think there are lots of good things about academic papers. First, if you're an outsider and you don't know that much about the field, having a paper with an introduction that gives you some context and then, introduces you to that specific topic, then having the methods, then having the results, and having a kind of discussion of how this relates to other science in that field. For an outsider, that is very helpful. And I think it's great when people write in that way. It's also very time consuming, and not everything that is useful has to be so fleshed out. You could just have the start of an analysis. You could just have a data visualization. You could just do a single experiment, in a very basic form and publish that. And that itself might be very helpful. In the same way that, just simply publishing the genome sequence of the coronavirus, that itself was extremely valuable, even though there was, very little introduction discussion. This was not like meant to be a public, some kind of huge paper or anything. Just putting that out there very fast meant that it was possible to develop vaccines very fast. And I think it's just such a wrong view that academic journals have, that everything has to be so fleshed out. And I often think about this because now I myself am a magazine editor, and I have to kind of have the same question of, is this right for an article for us? And, how much more should we put into this? How much more detail should we put into this? And I think one thing that is good about the publishing ecosystem outside of academia is that if you don't want to publish something in long form, that's fine. You can publish it on your blog. You can publish it as a tweet. You can publish it on Instagram or wherever you want. And it doesn't have to be fully fledged out, and it doesn't have to be, improved by other people. But getting something in a magazine, it adds this rigor, because we do fact checking and we have people to review the piece and edit it and kind of polish it and get it to a much better version. And that itself is kind of an important signal that people already use. And I think that even now, people do use these signals of, did this get published in Nature or Science or whatever, as a signal of, the quality, even if that kind of varies a lot. But the fact that you can simply publish a part of it as a blog post instead. And I often, when people write for us, I will say, this is too niche for our magazine, or this is not fully fledged out, but it's a really important thing to say. So please publish it on your own blog or somewhere else, because I think people need to be able to read this, but it's not something that we want. In academia, there isn't this alternative, right? Like nowadays we have preprints, and in some fields there are these forums and places to publish that research. But if you don't publish a full academic paper, you don't get the credit that you need for career progression. And when people are making decisions on hiring and whether people should be promoted to professorships or something like that, they're not going to look at your blogs. They're not going to care. If you've written a book, it doesn't matter, right? If you've written a lot of blog posts, it really doesn't matter. And I really think that's a big problem. It's just a very different way of doing things. And it's really this combination of the credit that goes into career progression, plus the fact that, if you publish somewhere else, it's kind of looked down upon, that I think is a problem. And I wish that there were just more avenues or more platforms that people could publish in academia to do something that is useful, but it's just kind of marginal, or it's like one contribution that they could have, and it's not a fully fledged out, like, huge experiments or huge results.
One of the great aha moments I had in my life was in 2003 when I started my blog India Uncut, and I suddenly realized that all the restrictions of form which earlier applied to me simply didn't. I didn't have to write an 800-word op-ed or a 90,000-word book. I could write a paragraph. I could just throw off a thought out there in a line. I could throw off a link with something attached to it. I could write something which was like 8,000 words and just enjoy myself. No restrictions at all. Before I get to the next sentence of yours which I want to quote, I want to double click on something that comes from what you've said and which you've also written about, where in this beautiful essay you co-wrote a few years ago, The Speed of Science, you cited Adam Smith's opening line of The Wealth of Nations, which essentially talks about the importance of division of labor. And then you guys write, by the same token, we envision research as a production output collectively produced by teams of people who become specialists in various aspects of a transparent research process, much like cutting-edge software engineering has already done. Scientists would not be all-rounders. They would be a team. Scientists working on a project would be a team of theorists, epidemiologists, statisticians, programmers, red team reviewers, code checkers, managers, writers, copy editors, and communicators. And as databases are created and research is contracted and disseminated openly, there would be an ever-growing number of scientists who would become contributors to an expanding universe of scientific knowledge. Stop quote. And this sounds so beautiful, and all the incentives obviously are aligned against it. And as you've written elsewhere, when you first joined the world in data, something that freed you up is you didn't have to do everything yourself. There was specialization and division of labor. There were pure data people, and you could sit with them, and there were pure writers who could sit with the data people, and everything just worked much better. So give me a sense of what are the incentives aligned against this kind of division of labor. You've already alluded to a couple of them, that you're only given credit when your name comes as one of the authors of an academic paper, so you become tied to that form. But even otherwise, I could be really good at one small part of the process which is essential, but it's not going to get me a credit as a scientist, or it's not going to qualify as a PhD thesis on its own, etc., etc. So share your thinking.
Yeah, I mean, one thing that I forgot to mention in the previous discussion we were having is all of these problems of like the gatekeeping and the journals being the bottleneck and how many reviewers you can get and this academic credit. All of that is actually so much worse in economics. So in economics, it's not just about do you get published, but it's do you get published in a very small number of top journals, and that is what counts for credit in your career progression. And the fact is that this number of journals is really limited. And so, despite how many brilliant economists there are, most of them are not going to get published in these journals all the time. And there's so much of a greater lag it takes so much longer to get economics papers published. And the people who don't get those published in those journals face a much harder problem. So I think it's like some of these problems that we're seeing, but like on steroids in that field. But on the division of labor, when I started doing academic research in my master's and my PhD, it was just so surprising to me that I basically had to do the whole thing start to finish. I had to do the research, read the literature on the topic, and then I had to come up with the idea of what the study should look like. And then I had to learn how to code. I didn't know how to do that. And then I had to learn how to use these different genetics softwares. And then I had to do the analysis, produce the charts, write up the rest of the paper, present it. And firstly, there was not very much training on how to do each of these different parts. But second, it just seemed so inefficient, right? Like you're asking one person to do that whole process. And often with papers, you will still have colleagues. You'll have a supervisor. You'll have other people working with you. But the fact is that it's the first author that gets the credit in most fields in academia. And that first author is the person who has kind of led the paper. And so that person is really expected to do most of it. And it just seemed just so inefficient to me. One, you're asking so much of one person. The second is that person is going to find it very hard to keep up with the latest developments in each field. Firstly, you have to learn from scratch how to do all of those things. And many people will do that in their early career. But then you're expected to keep up with the latest developments in each of these areas if you want to produce something great. And yeah, when I worked at Our World in Data, it was just so much different and so much better, I think, because it really felt like I'm doing one part of it that I'm good at, and I'm working with a colleague who is really good at the data science or something. And to me, it's like it would take so long for me to learn how to do all of that. And because we're working together on this project and we're splitting up tasks and we're talking to each other, you end up being much more efficient at producing research faster. And like that was kind of one motivation for that piece. But I think the other was just seeing this slowness of how science happens. And the fact that academic labs are not generally structured in this way that everyone is sharing credit. Nowadays, many journals do have this system where you have to write down what specifically you contributed to in the paper, but there's a little bit of kind of making that up as you go. And I don't think that there's really a way for people to get career progression without showing the skills across all of these different, areas. And what that means is that a lot of people are kind of locked out of academia, essentially. People who have a lot to contribute. Maybe they're just engineers. Maybe they're just data scientists. Maybe they're just writers. Maybe they just like reading a lot and they like theorizing. But unless you can be someone who comes up with a theory, puts it together, writes it up, does the analysis, and then publishes it, you're not going to get that far in an academic career. And I think, I just think that is such an enormous loss of talent.
So, when you use the term first author, I immediately figured out, Saloni, why you are a scientist and I am not. And there is just like one core reason behind, why I am locked out of academia. And it's got everything to do with alphabetical order of last name. Because, you're a D and I'm a V. So, that also shapes incentives. No, I'm kidding. But first author, I thought in a paper always is by, it's not that way? It's not alphabetical order?
No, it's not alpha. So, in economics, I think it's alphabetical, and in economics, each of the authors kind of shares credit for the paper. In many other fields, in health and medicine, for example, the first person who's listed should be the person who contributed the most, who kind of led that paper. And often it's PhD students, it's grad students who are doing that, and then it's other people who are supporting them, and their supervisor or, whoever is kind of overseeing the lab is usually mentioned right at the end as the last author. And so that is how kind of first author is the person who leads the paper, last author is the supervisor, and everyone in the middle has contributed something, hopefully. And that's if they're telling the truth, but that doesn't always happen.
How ironic that the economists got the incentives wrong here. There's again summing up at one point, you write code. This kind of specialization would fill two needs with one deed. It would reduce the burden of work placed on each individual researcher while increasing the quality and quantity of science conducted by researchers overall. Stop quote. Which seems like such a no-brainer point that I think 50 years later, a young version of you will be looking back at history and saying, why wasn't it always like this? What the hell is going on? The next part I wanted to ask you about, and again, I'll quote you here, is not so much about the way of doing research, but where it ends up, where you write, quote, whether we like it or not, research is already easily and increasingly published outside of journals, and so are reviews. Reforming peer review, therefore, should mean working with the way science is shared in public, not ignoring it. Part of this might look like meeting people where they already are. And again, this seems so profoundly true, because my reflexive thought about science would be, it is in the journals and that's where it begins and I got to go read the papers. But actually that's not how it is. I mean, one of the reasons, in a broader sense, outside of science, why mainstream media lost its relevance is that it ceased being the only way for people to consume information and learn about the
Right.
world. And thank God for that, though there are cons to that as well. So just elaborate on, what are the possible visions of the world where science begins to catch up with the reality.
Yeah, I think there's so many other ways that people have published really useful academic research. So one is through blogs, and I'm friends with a few psychologists who have a great blog called the 100% Confidence Interval. And it's meant for other academics. It's meant for other researchers, and the writers of this blog, they kind of describe things in much simpler terms, but they use these different examples, and it's kind of funny, and it's not necessarily their own original research, but it's explaining how to think about some problem. And that is produced on a blog. I think it would take too much time for them to publish it in academic journals. And yet there are thousands of academics who read it and who, use it and learn from it. And that is, I think, such a great way of publishing. Then there's even research that happens on Twitter or Blue Sky, right? During the pandemic, especially, nowadays there are a lot of cranks who just post anything, and they'll post these stupid charts with fake data and stuff like that on Twitter. But back in the day, there were even the leading researchers on some topic will publish their initial analysis on Twitter, and then people will comment on it, and other academics will learn from it. It didn't have to be a full paper, but it was still very useful to get the feedback from other scientists on that. And the fact is that I think people are doing this already, first of all, and I don't think that's going to stop. I think it's going to accelerate with AI and with, just the fact that people are on social media. And I think we need better ways of giving them feedback and learning from that research, and not just taking it at face value. We have to find ways to do peer review that are not in this academic journal system. One idea that I do really like, but I think is kind of currently quite flawed, is Twitter's community notes. So you've probably seen a lot of community notes where a person has written a tweet. Maybe there's something incorrect in the tweet, or it's misphrased, or it's missing context or something. And other people can suggest a note, up to 200 characters, I think, which is probably too short, which just adds some context, or it's just something that corrects what was wrong or something else. And what's so interesting about that system is that it's not just someone has said something. Whether that note gets showed to other people who are reading that tweet is dependent on other people's ratings. And people rate this comment, and it's not just a popularity contest, but it's a very interesting algorithm where they try to look at what other community notes you've rated, and they try to find people who generally disagree on other community notes, but they've agreed on this one. They've agreed that this one was helpful in some way. And the fact that you're able to do that means that you're able to find points of consensus among people who would otherwise disagree. And I think is just such a great system to find comments that are actually useful, that, will add value to people, and you'll find things that are not just affected by the person's bias. Even if they have different values and they have different perspectives, they agree that this is this is an important context to add to this tweet. And I think that is just such a great way of, learning something that helps you put the thing into context. But what I heard that it comes from is this fact-checking, where fact-checking on social media used to be done by just a very small number of people. And that small number of people were not necessarily experts in the field. They were fact checkers. That was their profession. And they weren't able to give comments that were that much better than the average person who was just interested in the topic. And also, it was very difficult to scale that up. There's just not enough of them. There's so much misinformation. There's so much random garbage on the internet. You need someone to be able to know what is worth paying attention to. And this was just such a great way of doing that, because it means that pretty much anyone can apply to become someone who writes these community notes. But the only way that your community note is going to be shown is if enough people who otherwise disagree think that this is a good point to have. And I just wish that something like that existed in other academic peer review, or even for research that is not published on Twitter for other places. I think there is also a limitation to the system, which is that you need enough people to be voting on these notes before they get shown to the public. And that is often a limitation. And that means that a lot of stuff will get really far before anyone corrects it. And I think that's just a principle of the internet and of ideas in general. But I think at least there's a system where you can find these comments and reviews that can help you understand them.
I actually think, community notes, work really. I mean, vast improvement on not being the, non-community notes are improvements on non-community notes. As a user, I've kind of been inside the hood in the sense that I've often had to vote on what is useful or what is not and give my reasons, which I've done a fair bit of. I've never actually written a community note. And I guess, that little issue of a community note not surfacing till enough people have voted, it's just a question of a number. I guess that you only worry about misinformation being out there when it reaches a certain readership, and the moment you start scaling up to that readership, there will be enough people who will read it and vote on the community note. And obviously it must be flawed in ways which I haven't seen yet, but in general, what are the trade-offs involved here? Because at one level, you want the whole world able to see your work. You want your work to be transparent to the whole world, to be legible to everybody and not just a set of elite gatekeepers. But then the trade-off also is in a noise to signal ratio, or, in a mob deciding to cancel someone and then the pure numbers don't matter, etc., etc. So in general, how does one tackle those trade-offs? And, instinctively, how do you think about it? Has your thinking on, say, this kind of open access or crowdsourcing of opinion or feedback or whatever, how has that changed as you've looked at it?
I think that I've become kind of more confident in this crowdsourcing of information approach. So I think that what they could improve maybe is what you said, that you don't see the community note until enough people have voted on it. And I think that's not great. I think that means that a lot of things that do need some or that are truly incorrect, and someone has even pointed out that they're incorrect, you still won't see their correction until enough people have voted on it. I think that's not great. I think instead of that, if they even had like a sense of, it shows how many people have voted on this or how much agreement there is on this community note or something, but still show the community note regardless. I think that would be quite valuable. I think that it's difficult to do this otherwise, because it does require, like, the good thing about it is that it is proportional in some way to how many people have seen the incorrect tweet. The more people that have seen it, the more people will be able to potentially correct it, and then the more people vote on it as well. And so you're more likely to see a correction on a more popular tweet than a less one. But at the same time, it gets so far before people see that note at all. And I think that's a problem. I do think that it's a very good approach for getting this information, because sometimes the experts are wrong. Sometimes the layperson also is wrong. Like, I think that finding something where different people can come to an agreement despite having different views, that you've laid something out so clearly, and we've really got to the point of specifically why this thing needs some added context. I think asking people to do that is very helpful. And often when I think about what is the benefit of being an expert on a topic versus being a generalist on a topic, I think that experts do have a lot of domain knowledge that they can provide feedback in a way that no one else can. In biology especially, this is the case where I don't know the specifics of some lab method and, what could contaminate that particular lab method or what are the parameters that people should be using. Whereas someone who has worked in that domain will know that and they will be able to see, hey, you've used this equipment that doesn't even allow you to measure that and something must have gone wrong. And so I do think it's very valuable to listen to what the experts have said about some topic. But at the same time, they will sometimes miss really obvious points. They might have some kind of influence by the trends or the fashions of that culture, or they might just not realize that there's some broader reason that the thing is flawed that someone from another field might be able to identify, or someone who's an outsider or a generalist who's kind of, they've seen this problem in another field and they've said, hey, this also applies here. I think there's just a lot of value to having both of those. And I think that's kind of why I like this crowdsourcing approach, because you don't know who is going to be able to find the problem in your thinking, and kind of laying it out transparently, but also allowing anyone to comment is very valuable, I think.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of experts getting things wrong, in one of your essays, you linked to this paper with this great title, Prestigious Science Journals Struggle to Reach Even Average Reliability, is by Bjorn Bremsel, link to it. And I was quite delighted to see that, because that would be exactly what I would expect. And you also have written at length about superforecasting. Now, Philip Tetlock wrote a book by that title, and when I read it a few years ago, I absolutely loved every bit of it. And the fundamental thesis of the book, which you also discuss in various places, is about how experts tend to get so many things wrong, especially, if I might add, the ones who come on TV as talking heads, because their incentives drive them towards certainty and,
right.
Tie them to tribal affiliations. So, there you are. But so I'll digress, and I want to ask you about this, because you've written about super forecasting a bit, but you're also, in a sense, as you kind of humble bragged, a kind of super forecaster yourself, because when COVID happened, you figured out way ahead of everyone else, I think in May of that year, 2020, that, vaccines are going to come by the end of the year and they're going to be completely widespread by the middle of next year, etc., etc. And what I want to ask you is about the mental habits, mental frameworks, which make a person a good super forecaster, because it's not just about forecasting. I think those mental habits just make you see the world much better, starting with a prior position, but constant Bayesian updation and etc., etc. So just elaborate on that for me.
Sure. I will first add a bit of a correction that I'm not a super forecaster. So there's
no, I called you that. You didn't
okay,
call
sure.
that.
There are competitions that people do, and where they do multiple. I think maybe a dozen or maybe 50 or something forecasts, and then they're kind of ranked on how often they get those correct versus how confident they were in those predictions. And I haven't done that. But I think I did get a pretty good forecast for the COVID vaccines. And I think the way to think about that is often trying to see things from different perspectives and actually trying to put numbers on each of the kind of steps in that process. So one idea there, in the first thing that I mentioned of thinking about this, a problem from different perspectives, is what I think Philip Tetlock likes to describe as the inside view versus the outside view. The inside view being, the specific problem that you're thinking about. What is the data on that topic? And what are the forecasts that you would make if you're just thinking about that one particular topic? And the outside view is kind of comparing it to broader examples, thinking about it from different fields. And if this was happening in another field, how would you feel about the likelihoods of this thing happening? And I was sort of thinking about this because when people were forecasting when the COVID vaccines would arrive, a lot of people were saying, usually on average, it takes about 8 to 10 years for a vaccine to be developed. And that's true on average, but we were in a pandemic, right? Like, it was a completely different situation from normal. And so what I did was, firstly, I was looking at this average. And secondly, I was thinking, what are the other pandemics that we've had? How long did it take during those times to develop the vaccines? And there are several examples that we had swine flu. It took about a year, I think, to produce a new flu vaccine. But also in the 1950s, there was a big new flu pandemic. where the scientist called Morris Hilleman, he found a sample of the flu virus and developed a vaccine and tested it and got it out there within 4 months. And, that sort of seemed to me like, okay, there are actually different things that are relevant here. It's not just what is the average timeline, but I should also look at what is the timeline during a pandemic. And I should be using both of these different examples to think about this problem. And the other was really putting a number on specific things within your forecast. And this is what people often call the Fermi estimate, that you're not just, someone asks you what's the likelihood, you're not just thinking, oh, I don't know, 80%. Like, that is such a bad way of making forecasts. And instead, what you should be doing is kind of breaking it up into the components. If this thing were to happen, what are the things that would be necessary for it to happen? What are the things that what are the other ways that it might happen? Like, thinking about all of the different kind of aspects of it and putting numbers on them, and then trying to come up with a final number based on that. Like, for example, if I said, how many people in London have 2 dogs in their house? You shouldn't just say 500. Like, you should actually think, what's the population of London? What proportion of them have dogs? What proportion of them will have 2 dogs? And even just turning that into a 3-step calculation will get you much closer to the correct answer than if you just gave a number off the top of your head. And I think, to me, those were the 2 big things that I pulled away. But of course, there are many other pieces of advice that he gave in the book that I think were really helpful, and just is trying to think about this from different perspectives, crowdsourcing and getting a group to discuss, what are the different things that you should consider instead of just one person trying to make a forecast on their own. And yeah, I think he had many other recommendations that I've now forgotten, but I think those were the 2 that really stood out to me.
So soon we got to get back to, going into your personal journey, which we stopped, I think, around college. And before that, we'll take a break. But before the break, I'll ask you a question of a type I often ask other guests on my show. And maybe I can compile these into a book someday. It's called Reboot Civilization, right? So I'm going to ask you to imagine that if civilization was to be rebooted, but human beings are what they are, but civilization is rebooted, what can the ecosystem of science look like today in that parallel universe? And the reason I ask this is that it, in a sense, helps us identify what would come out because of the innate qualities of human nature and the way the world functions, and separate that from what are purely accidental. Like, in the context of sport, I think football would always evolve. It's a round object you're kicking about. But cricket never would, because it is a complete freak show. There's no logical reason it should be there. Similarly, I like to think about what finance would look like. Would there be banks? Or would there be something else? Etc., etc. And some things you can say that would definitely be there because that's just what human nature is and that's just how the world is. But some things are accidents and need not be there, but those accidents had a massive part dependence. So, and if you want, you can take a while. But if we rebooted civilization, what are the things that would definitely be there, but what are the ways in which it could look different for the better or worse?
This is such a hard question. I think that I should, I'll think about it and this is about the world as a whole, or is it science or academia?
No, my question to you specifically, because you've written so much about science, academia, medicine, is really about that. That's what you know deepest. But feel free to comment on any other aspect of the world, because everything is everything. Or we can take a break and come back and you can think about it.
Sure,
shall we do that? All right.
Yeah, let's do that.
Let's do that. Long before I was a podcaster, I was a writer. In fact, chances are that many of you first heard of me because of my blog India Uncut, which was active between 2003 and 2009 and became somewhat popular at the time. I loved the freedom the form gave me, and I feel I was shaped by it in many ways. I exercised my writing muscle every day and was forced to think about many different things because I wrote about many different things. Well, that phase in my life ended for various reasons, and now it is time to revive it. Only now I'm doing it through a newsletter. I have started the India Uncut newsletter at indiauncut.substack.com, where I will write regularly about whatever catches my fancy. I'll write about some of the themes I cover in this podcast and about much else. So please do head on over to indiauncut.substack.com and subscribe. It is free. Once you sign up, each new installment that I write will land up in your email inbox. You don't need to go anywhere. So subscribe now for free. The India Uncut newsletter at indiauncut.substack.com. Thank you. Welcome back to The Scene and the Unseen. I'm still with Saloni, and she has had plenty of time to think about how we are going to reboot the world. So tell me, what have you thought?
Yeah, it was very hard to think about this, because what I was thinking about was, if you roll the dice 1,000 times or 100 times and restarted the universe, what would be different? And it was kind of hard to know, because I was thinking, well, the stuff that did happen, where did that fall on the distribution of each of those things? Did they happen faster or slower than on average? And, which ones are more random and which ones are less random, and which ones are things that would have emerged anyway for some other reason. And it was quite hard to think about. And one thing that it reminded me of was this blog post that I read recently by Brian Potter. And I think, he has this recent blog post called "How Long Do We Wait for New Inventions?" And I was thinking about this because I thought, okay, if things happen differently, which ones are kind of accidental, which ones would have happened a decade sooner or maybe a decade later. And his analysis is very interesting. So it's mostly a kind of AI driven research project where he asks AI to come up with the list of tools or the list of things that you need in order to make a particular discovery or innovation. And then he asks, when did those tools emerge, and could that particular discovery or innovation have happened a lot sooner because of that? And I think what he finds is that in general, inventions don't happen that much later than they could have. And there's kind of an average of I think a few years to a decade of delay. But that timeline of that delay has kind of gotten shorter over time. And that sort of makes sense to me, because when I think about Edward Jenner, for example, and his discovery of the smallpox vaccine, I've sometimes written about the fact that he wasn't the first one to discover this vaccine. There had been other doctors who had tried to do the same thing, but they had only done it for their own family, and they hadn't written about it in detail. They hadn't publicized it. But in theory, you could have developed this vaccine, which he didn't even know how it worked. You could have developed that centuries ago, even. And so I think that in the past, it would have probably just been harder to come up with the idea that stuck because of a lack of information and a lack of equipment. And those would have been a bigger barriers to making discoveries and making inventions than they are now. Because of the internet and everything like that. And so it got me thinking, okay, probably in the past, there were a lot of things that could have turned out differently. Nowadays, it's much more, we're kind of in the paradigm that we're in. There's less variation that we could have. But then it was still quite hard to think about what would be different. And so one thing that I did think was the political history of where science takes place. The fact that the US, for example, is a scientific superpower, I think it's partly because of World War II and people fleeing from Europe during World War II. And I think if that was different, things could have moved, it could have happened in a different country. So I think that's maybe one of them. The other, I was kind of thinking about who funds science and whether that happens at the academic level or whether it's national governments fund research or cities fund research or international bodies, and which ones are more prevalent. That seems a bit of just contingency that didn't have to happen that way. That seems pretty arbitrary. Another is just how people teach. If the fact that lectures are the way that people teach seems quite arbitrary, and you could have very different ways of doing that are not like that. But that's still quite hard, because if I think the thing that's easy to scale up, like there are different ways to teach, and you could have workshops or seminars, or you could have, more interactive lab sessions, but lectures are very easy to reuse and share. And that's not the case for the other options. And so maybe there is a degree of that's not arbitrary, and that eventually would have emerged as the dominant teaching method. And so that was quite hard. And then I was thinking about other things that probably were quite arbitrary and easily could have been something different. And one example that I thought of was the fact that mice are used in so much lab research instead of a different animal. And there's a great article about this at Asimov Press, which is called Origins of the Lab Mouse. And it's basically about this idea that the choice of organism was quite arbitrary. So there's some good reasons to use lab mice. They reproduce quite quickly. They're small. You can have them in large numbers. But the reason that they emerged as the main type of organism that scientists analyze in the lab is because there were mouse breeders in the early 20th century and late 19th century, which I think were called mouse fanciers. And they developed these different breeds of mice, like some with certain kinds of patterns on their skin, some with others, some with spots, etc. And it just became this industry just for hobbyists, just people who liked collecting mice for some reason. And eventually, one of the big mouse breeding groups that there was in industry then turned to science and started producing mice for scientists. And I don't think there was any other reason to use them instead of, I don't know, pigeons or rat or something else, right? Or some other mammal that is maybe similar to us, but yeah, chipmunks or squirrels. I don't know. It could have been something else. So that struck me as arbitrary. And then there are other things that are quite arbitrary that just somebody decided and then they became the standard and they didn't have to necessarily be the standard. And one example of that is the p-value threshold of 0.05. That in science, when people do research, they try to get a p-value under 0.05. And if they do that, people believe them. And it's completely arbitrary and it's doesn't have to be that way, but it's because of statisticians in the early 20th century who just picked that number. And I think there are also some that are just arbitrary things that someone has plugged into a software that it gives you these outputs, and now everyone just uses those outputs as, the defaults, even though there was no reason to have those. There's also, the duration that drugs or treatments are given is often you have to take them for 5 days or 7 days, but it's never 6 days or 4 days, right? And that fact is kind of arbitrary, and it kind of links to how long a week is, or, whatever, something like that, how batches are made. And even the fact that we use numbers on a scale that goes from 1 to 10, and it's like a log 10 scale, or the fact that there are 12 months in a year then affect various other things downstream that are very arbitrary. And so those, I think, could have been different. Where science happens, how science is funded, maybe even how the university system works, and what's considered enough of a qualification to reach an expert level, and the fact that PhDs are considered the top thing that you need before you do your own projects. All of those, I think, sound quite arbitrary, and I think they could be very different.
The most arbitrary thing is a QWERTY keyboard, which I'm sure both of us have in front of us. And right, so since you had earlier said that you are an artistic person and you wanted to be an author and all of that, I am going to put you on the spot and ask you to, for the next 30 seconds or a minute or however long you can manage, give me a first-person narrative beginning with the words, "I'm Saloni and I like collecting mice."
Well, I don't like collecting mice.
No, but it's fiction, right? You're an artist.
Oh,
come
it's
on.
fiction.
Yeah,
it's fiction.
Go for
it. Let me think about this. Okay. I'm Saloni and I like collecting mice. I like I like playing competitions with them. I like setting them off on a racetrack, putting them through a maze, seeing where they go, describing them, recording them, seeing what things they like and don't like. I like to find mice that are different colors, that are different shapes, sizes, some that are fluffy, some that are smooth. I watch a lot of competition shows and a lot of game shows, and I wonder how mice would perform in them. And I would like to make a game show version of the things that I watch. I'm right now watching this show called $1 Million Secret, where a person just randomly gets a box that's filled with $1 million, and they have to try to lie and pretend that they don't have it in order to keep it in the game. And I'm trying to think of how that might be applied to mice, and I'm not really sure because maybe they have some way to lie and to make things up in front of other mice, and we just don't know how that works because we don't speak their language, but I'm sure it must be possible.
Beautiful. Well done. And
Thank you.
Well done. But can mice be fluffy? You said fluffy mice. Can mice be fluffy? Do they have fur?
Yeah, mice can be fluffy. Let me show you. I think this was actually a gene-edited mouse that was made woolly.
Wow.
Here it is.
Mm-hmm.
Let me share it in this chat. Oh, how do I do that?
I shall put the link in the show notes for my readers who might be interested in fluffy mice.
It's an article that's called "Scientists Just Created a Woolly Mouse with Mammoth-like Fur."
Oh my god, yeah. Wow, just imagine they'll be now breeding mice to make sweaters and leave sheep alone. Right. So let's get back to your college years, and you mentioned that there may have been no lectures. I don't know how we would have learned. Mm-hmm. And what I was going to kind of double click on is that when you were talking about your sort of dissatisfaction with the way science was taught and the way classes were and all of that, it's the way that we actually learn whatever we learn is very different from the formal system and runs almost orthogonal to it. And the formal system may enable some of it and nudge us into particular ways or give us the access that can help us, But our learning is kind of orthogonal to that and not quite aligned to that. So give me a sense of both these journeys, both how you are moving through the formal system doing your BSc, MSc, PhD, and also how are you actually learning about the world? What are the processes? Like with me, it's very arbitrary. I'll enter random rabbit holes of no utility to me and just get really stuck in them and become an expert in, say, fluffy mice could be the next thing. Who knows? So how was that for you? What would excite you? And how did that shape what you then went on to do?
When I was at university, the way that it was taught was kind of learn everything on every slide. Here are a lot of bullet points and here are a lot of facts that you need to know. And I just found it's so hard to remember all of those things. I didn't understand what the connection was, especially if it wasn't taught well. But it was just lots of details and I didn't really get, what is the point? How do I think about all of these things together? And when I was kind of at the end of my degree and every time we would have, an end of year exam and I would cram and try to learn everything for the exam. And then a week or 2 weeks later, I would have forgotten almost everything. And it made me wonder, what is the point of any of this, right? Like, I'm not even going to remember the vast majority of it. And with biomedical science, and I think with many fields like this, where there's just lots of information to learn, it made me wonder if the point was not that we needed to remember all of it, but that even if we remembered 10% of it, it would still be so much more than most people knew about that topic. And it made me think, okay, maybe that's the reason, but it still didn't seem like a great reason to teach things that way. So that was kind of the way that I was taught in my bachelor's degree. And I did this research project at the end of my bachelor's degree on the genetics of antisocial behavior. And that was one that I actually picked. And the reason that I picked it was I just thought, this is so different, right? I'm not just going to learn facts. Like, I'm going to learn about it's more about, how does genetics influence our behavior, and what does it mean for our genes to influence behavior, and how do we measure that? And we sort of touched upon that in our lectures, but I was just much more interested by the conceptual idea of like, how do you even think about this? How are we studying this? Like, what is that telling us? And what does that actually mean for society? And so I just found that much more conceptually interesting. And I did a master's in the same field. And again, it just felt like first I was so happy to find a way out of the way that I was being taught and find something that was just much more intellectually stimulating. And then the master's also, I think that was taught quite well. And it was much more about the methods and like how to interpret these findings and what do the different methods tell you and all of that I found much more interesting. And with my PhD, it was quite self-directed in that there wasn't a particular question that I was trying to answer, but I was interested in this general idea of, depending on how we study this question, what are the results we're going to get? And that's especially, I think, important to think about in genetics, because a lot of the data that we get on genetics, whether it's related to disease or behavior, is based on a few studies. It's based on a few samples. So it might be a few thousands or maybe hundreds of thousands of people in these studies. Let's say if you've heard of 23andMe, and like that is a data set that people would use for research. And then there's another data set called UK Biobank. And these samples are very different. So the people who are in the 23andMe study, it's just people who are interested in their ancestry, or they're bored. They want to spend their money somehow, and they thought this is a good idea. And that is a very different kind of group of people from the people who were in UK Biobank, which is a different data set. Where there it was, older people, more educated people, people who were interested in participating in this study because it was a national, initiative to get data and do research on health. And so I was sort of thinking about this because there were these completely different types of groups who were in these different studies, but in the field, people would just merge them into a giant data set and try to analyze, correlations between genetic mutations and various diseases or behaviors. And it seemed to me like that was not a great idea to just kind of mix them up and sort of see what happened. And part of the reason that they did that in this case was because one of the things that we now know about genetics is that diseases or behaviors are not just driven by one or two or, a handful of genes. It's usually thousands of different genes, each that have a tiny effect on the trait. And it's kind of the sum of all of those that affects, where you are on the distribution and what kind of traits that you have. And so I was interested in it much more from that perspective, and I found that quite interesting for a while. But eventually I just, was thinking about doing something else, and I had been writing on the side on books that I had read. Also during the pandemic, I started doing a lot more freelance writing. And there the approach is quite different, where you're trying to answer a particular question, and based on that question, you go out and do the research to try to answer it. I would often sometimes read books, read articles, I would talk to people, and I would kind of think about it from a very different perspective. And because you're learning about it for a particular goal, it's kind of easier to make the connections between things. You're actively trying to think of how do these different things relate to each other, and how do they answer my question? And whenever I did that, it was just so much easier to remember the information. And it gives you a lot more context. Like even when we've been recording this, I've kind of mentioned a lot of examples from history, and I wouldn't have been able to remember them if I hadn't been thinking about them for a particular question or like article that I had written. So I've written one on, the history of antibiotics and why there was an explosion of antibiotics in the mid 20th century. And because of that, I ended up reading about the economics and the science and the history. And it sort of helped me tie together all of these different pieces of information much better than if someone just listed them as facts, right? And I think that has kind of been a journey in how I learn about things and how I retain information. And I find it so much harder to remember things from other areas of, like from finance or from physics. Like I'm not gonna, if someone tells me something really interesting, I'm like, wow, that's so cool, but I'm not gonna remember it even 10 minutes from now, let alone the next day. Just because I don't have those contextual things to like make the connections, and and also my memory's not that good, and so it would be hard for me to learn something deeply in the same way that I do with biology, because I'm trying to answer specific questions, and I'm trying to make those connections from the start.
You mentioned the genetics of antisocial behavior, which sounds fascinating to me. So what are the things you learned there which took you by surprise?
Yeah, it was sort of early in doing that research, because I was kind of only involved in the pilot study of that project. And so it was more just, I was trying to check if the analysis worked, and it did. And we had a small sample of people who were they were voluntary participants, but who had been in prison. And they were people who were given a questionnaire about their personality. And the questionnaire kind of asked various behaviors that they would have had, various things. Have you done this? Have you done this? And it was really people who were very much at that extreme, to the degree that they were often like violent offenders. And we were interested in what were the genetic variants that were linked to those things. And I think it's a very controversial field, and I think there have been a lot of problems with that research in the past, especially because in the past, people used to think that it was just, a handful of genes. They thought, oh, it's this one particular gene that's called MAOA or something. And if you have this version of that gene, you're going to be predisposed to being a violent person. And that has led to a lot of problems, and I think it's also hasn't really replicated. And what we now know, as I mentioned, is that a lot of these genes, they all have really tiny effects, each of them individually. And it's also very much dependent on the environment, and it's not just you're going to act the same way in any environment that you're in. And one reason that I think we know that is because over history, we've seen a huge amount of change in like violence rates or in behaviors because of the institutions that we're surrounded with. So murder rates, for example, have declined more than 100 times over the last, couple of centuries. And I don't think that you can really attribute that to genes, even though genes make a difference. And so that was kind of the perspective that I had coming out of the field, where it was really, one, I had sort of learned that there are these kind of very simplified and incorrect versions of how you would think about this, but also just trying to think more deeply about what does genetics mean and how is that influenced by the environments? And that's not to say that it's completely flexible, but also that our culture and our institutions can shape people's behavior. And that sounds very obvious, but it's just difficult to think of that when you're thinking about these things separately. Often I think the geneticists are just thinking about the genes and the sociologists are just thinking about the culture. And I think putting them together is not that common.
That sort of that false binary is what I want to kind of ask you next about, because it feels that whenever I talk about human nature, it's just so politically fraught. Like, it should be obvious to everyone that nurture and nature, work together. Nature gives you knobs, nurture turns them. You can choose to mitigate or amplify your hardwiring. That's a whole job of culture. That's a civilizational project, etc., etc. And yet, it is very dangerous to kind of talk about human nature, because it is so easy for that to be misinterpreted. Like, very often people who are misinterpreting it will commit either the is ought fallacy, deriving an ought from an is, prescription from description, or the naturalistic fallacy, where you define what is good according to what is natural, and so on and so forth. So what have you seen of that? Because a lot of your work in medicine, data, etc., etc., your MSc and your PhD have a lot to do with genetics, and yet it's a complicated subject to even discuss, and you have to be like super careful to be idiot proof with it, though obviously you have to be super careful to be idiot proof with everything. We'll talk about that also, I think, later.
Yeah.
But so how's that been for you?
It's a very difficult subject, I think, to talk about well. And I think that a lot of people do it very poorly. And I think it's also the situation where, when you ask a hard question and someone just says it's complicated, well, that doesn't really tell you anything. And I don't really enjoy when people say things like that. And so I think it's hard to move beyond it's complicated to actually saying what is complicated about it, and like what do we know about the field. My experience has been kind of mixed in that I think I've sort of moved more towards the view that we should care more about culture and institutions than we should about genetics. And I just think that first, it's very easy to misinterpret the use of the impact of genetics, and I think it often just leads people down this route of stereotyping and doing this is-ought fallacy and all of that. The second is, I think that culture is hard to change and institutions are hard to change, but one of the main things that I came away with from working at Our World in Data was actually how much has actually changed, and the fact that, yes, it's hard, but over the long run, these things have actually dramatically changed. And I think that people really underestimate how much that can make an impact, like not just on living standards, but also on people's behavior. I don't know if you have this experience, but I often think, isn't it so weird how uncommon murders are? Like, in theory, it's not that hard to stab someone, right? But it's quite rare given that fact. And I think it's sort of this, having penalties for it and these social norms and against even smaller acts of violence and things like that. All of those adding up, and also having prisons and putting people away if they show those tendencies and things like that, have actually changed the prevalence in society of homicides. And I think it's kind of, again, seems like a really obvious point, but I think that people don't appreciate it enough.
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, if you ever try to emulate the crime fiction writers you admire from the 50s, you could write a book called Uncommon Murder, which features a woman who trains mice to murder people. How does that sound? Yeah.
Whenever I'm a huge murder mystery fan, and when I watch murder mystery TV shows, it's always shocking to me how many murders occur in that person's life. The detective is just constantly coming across. And like, if they live in a town like Oxford or something, I'm like, why are they still living here? Because surely they should have moved away if the murder rate was so high. But yeah, it does make me think of that.
So take me back to those years and how you gradually arrived at both Our World in Data and Works in Progress. Pick whichever one you want to speak about first, and let's talk about your experience with it, how you got into it, and what it taught you.
Yeah, I think maybe I can start a bit earlier than both of those. So back when I was at university, I was sort of thinking about science and the replication crisis, and also I think I was kind of thinking more about politics in a way that I really hadn't before. And back when I was at school, I just didn't care about it at all. And in university, I kind of got more introduced into kind of liberalism and libertarianism at first, especially. And I made a lot of friends through that in the UK. And so some of those people are now my colleagues. So Sam Bowman and Ben Southwood, for example, I had met through these like events and talks and conferences where I would go to them because we're learning about liberalism and democracy and free markets and things like that. And I sort of really enjoyed that. And at the same time, I was thinking about science, and the pandemic started. And around that time, I think we had kind of formed a friendship group where a lot of us were on the internet. We were on Twitter, or some of us were writing blogs. And one of our friends, I think it was Anton Hauss, who you might know, the historian of innovation, he suggested that we should apply for this grant through Immersion Ventures. And he had received a grant to write his blog for it. And he said, if you have an idea, you should apply. Like you probably will, have a good chance of succeeding, and you should do something that you've been wanting to do. And for a while before that, Sam and I had been chatting about, let's start something together, because I had a science background, he had an economics background, and it sort of seemed to me at the time that science journalism was really failing. And I still think that now, that a lot of science journalism is just so shallow. It doesn't really tell you the details of, what the experiment was, whether we should trust it. You would read about these really flimsy analyses or results that wouldn't hold up later on. And, one day you're being told that chocolate gives you cancer, and the next day you're being told that chocolate protects you from whatever. And I just thought, we deserve much more than this, right? I think that we deserve much more of a kind of adult approach of, let's actually tell you what we're confident about, what we're not, like how this research was done. Let's put it into context. And I wanted to do that much more, and I wanted to create a platform for it. So he had the same perspective about that from economics and like policy. And there wasn't at the time any outlet that really dug deep into economic ideas. And so we thought, like, let's do something together. We want to put these two together, and we applied for an Emergent Ventures grant through this progress studies tranche. And we were both interested in progress, but I think the broader idea was just this lack of actual long form writing on topics that were relevant to people. And so we started Works in Progress. I think maybe we got the grant in 2019. 2020, COVID happened, and then I started doing a bunch more freelance writing. And then towards, I think in mid 2020, we actually launched the magazine. And in the second issue, I reached out to Hannah Ritchie from Our World in Data. I'd read a lot of their stuff, and I was a big fan. And I think we had also met at some point before the pandemic broke out. And so I sort of reached out to her because I wanted her to write a piece for us about the ozone layer. And I just thought, isn't it amazing that there was this huge hole in the ozone layer, and then scientists came together from around the world and decided to actually solve that problem. And essentially we're on track for it to be solved. And I just thought, that's amazing. And how come I don't know the story behind this? And I had seen her briefly writing a little bit about it, and I thought this should be a piece. And so I reached out to her by email. And the shocking thing was that she replied to me and said, actually, we'd love to work with you. And I was doing my PhD at the time, and the magazine was really just a side project at that point, and I didn't think this was a career, right? We were kind of doing it on the weekends and in the evenings. I didn't think that could be a full-time career, and I just didn't know that this was a potential thing that I could do. But I was very interested in that. And so I started doing that part-time, and also I was doing Works in Progress. I was doing Our World in Data. And I think because it was the pandemic, everyone just had a lot of free time and not much to do. And so I was able to do these three things at the same time. But it really grew from there. And it was really this learning about both science in a broader context of like the history of science and learning about longer term trends and patterns and the world. And my focus at Our World in Data was on health, but it increasingly became about global health because we're writing about things from a global perspective. And I just got much more interested in thinking about, diseases that have the highest burden in the world, like malaria, tuberculosis. Those are the diseases that kill the most people in terms of infectious diseases. And there's things that in richer countries we just don't think about anymore because we've gotten rid of them. And so I started getting much more interested in that perspective of there are diseases that just don't get that much funding to solve. And we could solve them, prevent, hundreds of thousands of, sometimes usually children dying from these horrible diseases. And it just seemed like there should be much more writing on this topic. We can do so much. We can make so much progress on them. And so I think that experience, especially of working at Our World in Data, kind of shifted my career much more into thinking about things from a global perspective and writing about neglected diseases. Although I was still very interested in just the process of science and the history of science and innovation at the frontier. It kind of all merged together, and I'm now much more interested in both medical innovation and science and meta science and also global health and poverty.
I want to spend some time learning about how you sort of went on two different journeys. One is learning about writing in both of these places, and the other is learning about data in Our World in Data. And you said that, it opened your eyes up to a lot of things about data visualization, etc., etc. And let's kind of start with writing, because first I want you to elaborate on what science journalism, where it was failing. And part of it, of course, is obvious because journalists are generalists. They will never have as much specialized knowledge as a specialist and blah, blah, blah. But despite that, it feels that a lot of science journalism and, certainly in India, but I'm sure everywhere, just suffers not just from that lack of expertise, but from entirely the wrong attitudes about what kind of stories to aim for and etc., etc. So give me a sense of what was wrong with science journalism, and then we'll turn to how your journey as a writer was.
Yeah, I think that when I think about this, it's often science journalists, like everyone else, are kind of influenced by the incentives that they have. And when it comes to journalism, often the incentives are to get clicks, especially in an internet era. And it's the stuff that's catchy and it's flashy that gets the clicks, and it's the stuff that's not that usually doesn't. And this was especially true when we started, and this was kind of before the era of long form blogging. And so at that point, it was really lots of smaller outlets, things like the New Scientist, I fucking love science, whatever, all of these things where you're really just hearing the headlines and you're clicking the headlines, and that gives journalists a job. And that model doesn't, journalists don't get paid very much anymore, firstly. And I think that also because blogging and long form journalism have kind of come back. And I think my view is that a lot of that is because of Substack, and that's kind of given people a platform to, one, earn money, but also very easily gain an audience and keep that audience with each post that you write. That didn't really exist before. But at the same time, we were interested in this idea that, if you publish something that is actually satisfying to read, then people will read it and people will share it. And it's not just about the headline itself. It's, people getting this satisfaction that I've learned something. They get to the end of a piece, even if it's 10,000 words long, and they'll actually feel like this was the best hour that I've spent. This is, sort of cinematic in some way. And I want other people to read it. And that's kind of the experience that I've wanted to give people. And yeah, I just felt like this wasn't really happening. The other reason I think that science journalism is quite flawed is most of the journalists don't have any science background, right? They go to journalism school. They don't do science and then go into journalism. And in one way, it makes sense because for your reputation as a scientist, it's not that common for people to want to do public writing. And I don't think it was until really social media became very prominent. And the way to gain reputation within science was to do the research and to, progress your career, get a PhD, become a professor. And there isn't that much incentive to write outside of the academic publishing system, write in magazines and stuff like that. That's not going to get you tenure. And so I think that's sort of a problem, that the people who are journalists, they don't have this background. They don't know how to read academic research papers. They don't know how to assess the methods. The slight thing that has improved is that often they will talk to scientists to get their feedback and to add criticism as quotes in an article that they write. But that doesn't really add that much. That might be in a story or something, but it really depends on the science literacy of both the journalist and their editor. And I just don't think it's a great system. What we've tried to do is really get a mixture of some experts in their field and try to edit them to a place where their writing is understandable and engaging to a wider audience. And secondly, to get kind of generalists whose field of expertise might just be biology as a whole, and they're able to understand the literature, but also kind of go deep and spend a few weeks or months learning about a topic well enough to write about it. And I think people will often think of that and say, oh, you need years of expertise in this field to understand it. But I don't think that's really true. I think that most scientists don't read that much anyway. And if you are spending a month of your time reading about the literature, you're actually going to learn quite a lot. And also that when they do learn, it's very much spread out across years or decades. They're not just learning all the information at once. Whereas as an outsider, as a science writer, I can just learn a lot about the field within a week or within 2 weeks. And so I think that helps a lot. And also just learning about the methods and how to interpret studies. I think that is something that's really missing.
You've written a great post in what you learned about writing through your journey, at Works of Progress and so on. And I want to double click on a couple of the points that you made there. In one of them, you kind of spoke about the curse of knowledge and how you need to avoid that and, keep it in mind that writing is just about communicating. And you wrote, quote, most of my writing feels democratic. In a sense, I want it to be accessible to a wide audience because I can't predict who it will be useful for or who might be able to point out something I've gotten wrong or missed. Because of this, I provide a lot of relevant context and spell out each part of my thinking process. Stop quote. Now, whenever I write about a specialized subject, I find that I have to grapple with a particular trade-off, and that is the trade-off between making something explicable for the audience that I'm writing for, but at the same time, I don't want to be too simplistic because I do have limited space. Even if it's a blog, I can't take the attention for granted either. So I can't be too simplistic either. And that balance can sometimes be hard to find. And sometimes it comes from where you are publishing. Like when I would write a column for the Times of India, which is a general broadsheet, I would not say inflation, I would say rising prices, because I would say that's just being friendly to the reader. But if I'm writing for an economic magazine like the Economic Times, then I'll use inflation and fiscal deficit because they know what those are. So how did you deal with those trade-offs? Because initially it must have been super hard for you because you know your subject so well.
Right.
And, but there is a danger that if you go too far to use simple language, you might just be dumbing it down. You don't want that either. Another of your points is about being precise, and that's something when I teach my writing class, I keep saying that yes, you have to make it as simple as possible, but not at the cost of precision. Precision matters first. If only a big word can be precise, use that big word. It's fine. It doesn't matter. So how did you deal with this and what was your learning process like?
Yeah, I remember also having this problem. I think that there's kind of two different parts of the simplifying. There's two different ways to think about it. One is simplifying from the approach of helping people understand something complicated, even without even if you have an unlimited amount of space to tell them something, and you're going to take them through it step by step, what would you tell them? And I often use plain language to describe things in that when I'm taking that approach, where I'll write things, again, step by step, just using basic terminology, saying that something rose or declined, not using big noun phrases and things that are unfamiliar to readers, and splitting up the sentences so people can actually follow very easily. And I have the sense that even academics prefer to learn things that way, and that it's kind of this cultural norm that, one, they're not trained in writing, and two, there's some sort of prestige to using bigger words and using complicated vocabulary, even if you don't need to. And I think that if they really wanted to understand something, or if you presented the same thing to them in two different ways, one that was with all this like complex vocabulary and the other was just a plain language version of it, they would much prefer the latter, not just because it would help them understand, but also because they would realize what was wrong with what you said. If you made a mistake in your thinking, it's just easier to spot that if someone describes it to you in a very simple way that is wrong. And so in those cases, I generally prefer to simplify. Make things clear is kind of how I would put it. You're not trying to dump things out. You're not trying to reduce information. You're trying to present the same information, but more clearly. And then there's the jargon sometimes that is actually useful. So rising prices versus inflation, like you said. Another example is anemia, and there are different types of anemia. There's iron deficiency anemia, and there are other anemias, and they have different causes. And if you just call them all anemia, you're conflating two different things, right? And I think that in those cases, it's important to actually be precise about which one you mean. And so I try to do that, and I think that sometimes I will use some shorthand to say that we don't really know that much about this. I'll say that this is estimated instead of that this is the number, right? And, for other situations as well, I'll try to condense the uncertainty around that information in some way, but make sure that it's still there. But I used to find this hard because I think that for most people, their goal is not necessarily accuracy, and it's not necessarily being precise. It's about spreading some message. It's about making people believe a certain thing, or saying that this is my idea and this is why you should believe it. And I don't think that accuracy is really the goal necessarily. And the good thing was that, at Our World in Data especially, that was the goal, right? To actually make things clear, and be really transparent about what do we know about the data? What do we not know? The other thing that I would do is often, in one version, or like the broader version or overview of the topic, I will use shorthand sometimes, and then I'll link out to another piece that I've written that's much more about the details. I had this question a few years ago because often the things that I would write about were measurement issues, like problems in how people were, measuring something or estimating something. And I would often just write entire articles just about that. And often people will say, oh yeah, I love your writing, and I know that there's lots of uncertainty on this topic, but my editors at my magazine or my newspaper are not interested in this. They just want me to give the facts. They just want me to share the numbers, and there's no space to add on this topic. And so one of the responses that I gave to that is, why don't you just make the measurement thing the story itself? Like, sometimes that itself is really interesting, and it sounds like it's boring, but I think often it's not. So I've sometimes written about this problem of death tolls from snakebite or from pandemics, right? And how little we understand about those numbers. So in India, for example, one thing that I didn't know until I wrote about it was that it was really uncertain how many people were dying from snake bites per year. And initially, the estimates were 1,000 or 10,000 people per year, which is still sounds like a lot. And people thought it was a lot back then. And the reason for that was that those numbers came from the government statistics of people who died, and in their death certificate, they had snake bite written as the cause of death. And the problem is in India, but also in many other parts of the world, a lot of people don't have a death certificate with the cause of death on it. And those things go unfilled, and that's especially true in rural areas. And the prevalence of snake bites and snake bite deaths is more common in rural areas. And that meant that there was a vast undercount of how many people were dying from snake bite. And it wasn't until there were large national surveys that were done with a different method of asking people, has anyone in your household died over the past 6 months? And then asking them if the person has died, what led up to that? What were their symptoms? Did anything happen before their death? And there was this large study called the Million Death Study, which tried to estimate all of this stuff. And based on that study, I think they looked at maybe 2 million households per year or something. And so it was a really large study. And they found a lot of information. And one of the results was if you extrapolated from that population, which was, I think, representative of India, to the whole population, it was around 50,000 people who were estimated to die from snakebite per year. And that's so much higher than the recorded numbers were. And so I have written a few pieces on this. One of them was just called How Many People Die of Snakebite? And just that itself is so interesting, I think, the fact that we didn't even know that until recently. And this idea that you could be completely misinterpreting a fact about the world because of the way that it's being measured. I think that itself is such an interesting story. And people do find it interesting. And I agree that it's hard to put in that much nuance into any piece that's written about snakebite for sure. But I do think that sometimes that itself, that nuance can actually be the centerpiece of some writing.
And one of my favorite pieces of yours is actually exploring just this nuance of measurement that's about the maternal mortality rate in the US, which drastically shot up between 2003 and I think 2007. And people were like, my God, this should not go up. Maternal mortality should not go up. Why is it going up? And what you found when you did your forensic study of it, like a good spy in one of those 1950s novels, you went in with that kind of inquiring mind, as it were. What you found was that it was all about one of the measurement metrics changed, which was that the forms were not recording a particular data which was pregnant while dead, because pregnancy can cause various things, and then people will say, oh, she died of a heart attack, but that might have been brought on by the pregnancy. Right. So A, they added that to the forms, but B, that addition was not all over the country at one go, but it was staggered across states over a period of so many years. And therefore, instead of one big jump in 2003, which would have been easy to explain, you just had a gradual straight line going up, and people were trying to figure out why. And the whole thing was not due to mothers dying, but due to measurement. So that was such an awesome piece.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
So my other writing question, and this is not really a writing question, it's an approach question, almost a character question, is, the first learning you shared in that piece about writing is, quote, writing is improvable and criticism doesn't have to be taken personally, stop quote. And what you have done, which I found both crazy and admirable, is that you have a pot of 300 pounds for each piece, from which if anybody points out errors, which is not standard typos, but like factual errors or deep errors, you'll actually give them money. You'll pay people to prove you wrong. And this is so unusual, because what I see in the writing world is that people's writing is so tied up to their sense of self and their egos that is really, really hard. Any kind of criticism is really hard. You don't want people to actually prove you wrong. Humans aren't wired to seek truth. We are wired to seek social acceptance or spread our narrative or whatever the case might be. And yet you did this, almost putting out that message that, hey, truth matters more than my ego. So one, I want to ask you about, how you decided to actually put money out there and kind of go for this. And B, then I'm tempted to sort of also then ask you about your sense of purpose in this. Like, what is the larger game that you're playing? Is there do you see a long arc, and in that long arc, you don't matter, but you want to do something about this? Is that the case?
Yeah, it's such a great encapsulation of, the fact that most people don't do this. And the fact that getting something fact checked or being proven wrong or something is very embarrassing, and people hate it. And in fact, that was the reason that I started it, because I would also feel that way. And I would, sometimes on Twitter or anywhere, if I wrote something and someone pointed out that I was wrong, I'd immediately, my heart would start beating much faster. I'd feel like, oh no, have I made a huge mistake? This is so embarrassing. I wish this never happened. And I was very reluctant to actually admit that, right? That I had made a big mistake, let's say. And thankfully I haven't made any big mistakes, but even just something small, like I misread a chart or something and I gave the wrong number, it would really stress me out. And there were sort of two things that made me start this bug bounty, as I call it. So one was that I have a few friends who have done the same thing. So one of them is Stuart Ritchie. So he wrote a book called Science Fictions, which is about the replication crisis. And in it, he has this bug bounty. So if people point out errors in the book, he gives them a small reward from this pot of money. And there's another friend I have called Ruben Arslan who does the same thing for his blog posts. And I really found that quite admirable, because it's like not some big project necessarily, but even just his public writing on his own blog, he will pay people to point out errors. And I thought, oh, that's such a great idea, because one, it really reduces the amount of shame and guilt that you feel about making a mistake, that now it's no longer about me being embarrassed, but there's a specific procedure that I'm going to follow. I'm going to look into the error. I'm going to see if it was valid, and then I'll pay this person out, and then I won't feel bad. Then that will just be it, and I can move on, right? The other thing was that it actually made me think much more about spending time fact-checking my work before publishing. The less that I do that, the more I have to spend if someone points out any error. And so it was really kind of a check on myself of, I want to make sure that my writing is accurate, but especially as you write more, I think it's kind of inevitable sometimes to just be swayed so much by your audience and not care as much in the future. You're trying to make a point, you're making an argument, maybe you are known as the person who believes this. And I just thought that is so dangerous, right? Because you could just get carried away and say things that are wrong and have no incentive to correct yourself. And I wanted to make sure that didn't happen. And I thought, let me try this. And I would say the success has been kind of moderate, because people do point out errors, and I think that's great. And I think because I have that bug bounty, they're much more likely to tell me if I've made a mistake. So that part I think is great. But often I'll message them and I'll say, oh, hey, I have this reward, and I'd like to pay you with it. And they'll just say, oh, I don't need that. Just buy yourself a coffee or something. I've been enjoying your work. And that's very nice, but it's supposed to be a penalty. Otherwise, I'm not going to learn from it. And so I think that it's kind of hard to keep that. And I think the other problem is that there aren't that many people who are going to go and fact check anything that I've written, right? Like, it's someone who happens to be reading it, happens to have spotted the error, and then thought to tell me. And I think the probability of that is often quite low. And so I have often wondered, should I just forego that whole process and just ask a fact checker to read it through for me? I haven't really found someone who's good at it yet. And I have been now just putting my stuff through Claude or something and asking, can you spot any errors before I publish it? But I have still kept the bug bounty, and I will still write about it, because I want, experts or whoever is reading the piece to feel like they can tell me if something is wrong as well, because AI is not going to catch all of those errors. And I think that you still need to crowdsource that information, because at the end of the day, anyone could spot an error in my work. And I think it's useful to be very public about the fact that I am interested in hearing if I'm wrong. Otherwise, I can't improve and I can't fix my error, and I'll just keep saying this wrong thing forever.
And another second part of my question, that, that notion that I can set my ego aside, the truth matters more. Do you actually feel that there's a larger purpose in what you do, that you're playing the long game that can maybe sustain you in difficult times? And if I may, ask you a mischievous hypothetical question I just thought of. What if someone
Sure.
was to come to you and say that, listen, your work is super important. We will fund it for the rest of your life. You can write as much as you want. Everything is cool. But your byline won't appear. Nobody will know who wrote it.
Oh.
Right?
Uh-huh.
So what would be your reaction to that?
Well, let me answer the first one first.
Okay.
In terms of the long game, I think, I feel like I've spent so much time on social media, as you probably have as well. And often there's just so many people that you see going off the deep end. Do you have this that you're like, this person has just gone completely crazy. They're just saying all these, they've just become the person who is known for this, and they won't let it go no matter how much people tell them it's wrong. And I have just been, you just, over and over, you see that happening. And I just thought, as I gain followers and gain an audience, I don't want to be that person. It just like terrifies me that that could happen to me. And so there's just, I think the focus that I have on being quite transparent and like trying to often say things, one, that are unexpected to my own audience, or things that people will think are contradictory, but just kind of spelling them out and being very open-minded and not being attached to any one theory. I think all of these are kind of to try to avoid that happening. And I think building an audience who is interested in that kind of perspective means that they'll be happy to correct me. Like, I want to have the type of audience who feels like it's fine it's fine if I'm wrong, and they're happy to tell me. And I think that's one way to kind of avoid that from happening. If someone said that I could fully get funded for writing, but I didn't get any credit on the byline, I think there's, to some degree, I would be happy with that in terms of like the ideas getting out there. I think what's hard is, would I have a pseudonym? Or is it completely anonymous?
It'll just be anonymous every time, so it could be absolutely anybody. No,
Okay,
actually, now
that
that I'm thinking about it, a pseudonym would help, because over a period of time, there are certain bylines that we learn to trust,
Yeah,
and therefore it
exactly.
would help the work if there was a pseudonym. So there would be a pseudonym, but you would not be allowed to tell anybody, including your near and
Right.
dear ones, that it's you ever.
Yeah, so I think that would be a problem, and the reason that I think it would be a problem is one of the best things I think about writing and more people reading my work is that people that I admire know me, and they are like, some of them are interested in meeting me, and I get to be friends with them, and I think that's just the most amazing thing. And like, that wouldn't happen if I had a pseudonym. Aside from that, I think that I would be okay with having a pseudonym and just having the ideas out there. But I'm not sure. Yeah, I feel like I don't want to be famous or something. I want the ideas to spread. I want people to learn about them. But I don't want them to think this is Saloni's take, and I trust this because it's coming from her. Like, I think that I feel like I should be proving that my reasoning makes sense and that what I've said is reasonable each time I write something, and it shouldn't just be taken for granted. But at the same time, I do like that I can be friends with so many people because of it.
Yeah, I mean, if you had a pseudonym, we would not be recording this podcast. So,
Exactly.
Thank you for not having one. Right. You mentioned, making Claude fact check your pieces. So, how useful is AI to you? How do you use it? What's your use case? Where is it good for you? Where is it not good for you?
I think AI is still terrible at writing for writers. Like, I know that a lot of people, maybe they are not used to writing at all, and they don't know how to, they just have this blank page syndrome or whatever, and they just want to get the ideas out there. And for them, great, but for me, it's just such a cliche to read AI generated writing, that tells of it's not X, it's Y. And like the words that are just, you just keep seeing them, and it drives me crazy. And I hate that. Everything about it just makes me cringe. And so when it comes to writing, I don't use AI. Like, when I have a draft that I'm writing, I don't use AI. I will just use the page. Sometimes I'm writing offline, just so I don't try it. And I have occasionally tried it, and I will just have like my list of notes and I'll say, turn this into a piece. And each time I'm like, has it improved enough to take my job? And no, it hasn't. So I feel fine with that for now. But I do use it for one. I think just searching really basic things is very easy with Claude and with AI tools. I often also ask it to kind of summarize the important points from a bunch of notes that I've written. So, when I'm doing research for a piece, I'll often read books, I'll listen to podcasts, I'll read articles, and I'll be typing up those notes as bullet points, and then I'll ask AI to kind of classify them and put them in order and kind of put together a structure based on that. And I think that part is quite helpful. And then the fact checking is also helpful for, basically, I think that it has a high false negative rate in that there are errors that AI won't catch. But it will catch some errors that I would miss because I'm not looking into everything. And so I feel like it's good to use as a first pass to just quickly check and make sure that I'm not getting any really obvious errors wrong. But then I do find that often when I ask it for something, I still have to do another round of fact checking. And, every day pretty much it will say something that I know is wrong because I have done the reading about the specific field. And I know like it's mixed up the timeline or it's mixed up the dates or something like that. And that really frustrates me. Especially because I think that I was kind of concerned about this before these LLMs were around, that, a lot of people who write, even for academic journals, but, even on blogs, they don't read the things that they're citing and they'll just say things that are not in the original text. And I think that problem has just gotten worse. And so I'm kind of very aware of that, but also I think that in terms of summarizing and probing and things like that, I feel like it's quite helpful. Especially, if I'm trying to read something that is extremely jargon heavy, the fact that I can feed it into Claude and say, can you explain this in simple terms to me? And then I can kind of do a back and forth, asking it questions, trying to figure out what this means. I find that really helpful, even when it gets things wrong. And just having someone to bounce those ideas with is very helpful.
So I use AI a lot for research. I mean, I use all four actually at the same time because they can be interesting in different ways. ChatGPT, Grok, Claude, and Gemini. And what I found is that the two best are always ChatGPT and Claude. And Claude has a higher ceiling, but ChatGPT has a higher floor. Like the latest iterations of ChatGPT are less likely to get shit wrong. But I've never tried using it for writing because it doesn't make sense to me. And I'm going to go on a mini rant here because it irritates me so much that, more and more I'll go to Twitter or I'll go wherever and I just see AI slop. Like that exact construction. It's not X, it's Y, and there are other 3-4 telltale signs. You just kind of know the short-clipped sentences and the way that they often conclude things and all of that. And and I keep telling my writing students that listen, it's okay to use AI as a tool. Don't let it be your crutch. Don't, because writing is how we learn to think. But I would right now, the way the state is, I would say don't even use it for writing or editing. But my question for you, because I can't figure it out, so my genuine question for you, if you have a theory on it, is that why has this particular AI slop style even emerged? Because I understand that, it's the LLM is taking all writing ever written. Sturgeon's law says 90% of everything is crap. So you're going to end up with what the median person would have written, and that is crap. But why this crap? Like, why a formulation like it's not X, it's Y? Where the hell does that come from? Because now my worry is that we learn to write by reading others, and if we read too much AI slop, there'll actually be human beings writing like that. But I would say that in the past, not so many human beings wrote like this that it would become a default AI style. So do you have any theories on how it's become the default style?
Yeah, I've read a little bit about this, and I think what I recall is that the outputs get tested and they ask users for feedback to say which output did you prefer. And I think when they started using the tools, I think this was ChatGPT, and I think I remember reading that the test population they gave it to was university students in South Africa. And in South Africa, there were certain constructions and certain words that they preferred and thought that they enjoyed more. And I think they said that was what explained the use of delve and like certain words that were just that have become more common that these tools like. But I think it's probably also shifted over time, that it's like the users giving responses. And unfortunately, this is just like the problem with science journalism is not necessarily the journalists themselves, although I think they're also flawed. It's the people reading them. It's the people who are saying, this is what we like, and I'm going to reward that by clicking on this article. And yeah, I mean, when I have the same experience as you, I'm reading Substack or I'm reading Twitter, and so much of it is AI slop. And even the AI slop content gets so many likes, and it's like shocking to me, right? I'm like, am I the only person who recognizes this? Like, why do so many people like this? And I don't think it's necessarily bad, but it's horrible to read that kind of style over and over again. And it's really just the over the top like it's sort of trying to optimize for virality at every sentence in the piece. And that I really hate.
Yeah, but then I'm very curious also that if you're optimizing for virality and it's succeeding, why is it succeeding? Why do people prefer that? I mean, I say two things to my writing students who, if they ever use AI, I'll send them a private note. And one is that don't use AI in your writing, because writing is how you learn to think. You'll just make yourself stupider if you're using AI all the time. You can't outsource your thinking. But the second one is that this is where I'm now questioning myself. The second thing I say is, if you use AI slop and pass it off as your writing, in the long run, everybody will be able to see that you're using it.
Yeah.
Your reputation will suffer. Why on earth would you do that? So, but now you're saying that if that goes viral, if people like it, then, I don't know, whatever, strange world.
I think people like it for now, but I think people are going to look back at it and think this was terrible. And I think that's true of so many fashions, in the past as well, that people look back and think, why on earth did we write like this? Or why were we using this kind of language, or why did we wear these horrible clothes? And they seem nice and popular to us now, but eventually they get so popular that people start to hate them. And I think that's probably going to happen.
No, and imagine the plight of the poor guy who actually writes like that. That's his natural style. Like, he'll have to start every piece saying, it's not AI, it's me. But
I have so many friends as well who they have stopped using those M dashes, and they have stopped using these constructions because now people think that they're AI written.
Yeah, and I've used M dashes like since I started writing. So, but then I figured, screw it, I'm just going to write the way I write, and M dashes are like I'm not going to give up M dashes because of that. Let's talk about data now. Like, you've spoken elsewhere about how a lot of what you learned about data was while working at Our World in Data. And you've written an incredible essay about this. Again, perhaps my favorite essay of yours because of all the detail that there is in it, where you talk about the benefits of data visualization. You have great advice on making good charts, and you share your favorite charts, and it's just awesome. But take me through what that journey was like, that you begin working for them. Like, first of all, is there an actual workplace that you go to where you're interacting with colleagues, or is everything online? And what are the sort of early lessons that open your eyes and that you take up?
When I started working there, and even now, most of the organization works remotely. So Our World in Data had been working remotely since even before the pandemic, but especially during the pandemic, they hired many people, and those people were in different countries. I was briefly living in Hong Kong during that time, and so I was working from there. They do have a small office in Oxford, but it's only a fraction of the staff that go in. But it really was this very funny thing that I found, that I had started working at this organization that was known for its charts, despite myself not actually enjoying making charts very much. Like, I thought of myself as a writer, and occasionally I would make graphs for, my PhD and stuff like that. But I just thought, whenever I saw a chart, most of the time I didn't like it. Most of the time I thought, this is misleading people. It's too simplistic. It's the same thing where, you're trying to convey something that is quite complicated in just one image. That's quite hard to do well. And giving people enough context that they don't misinterpret it and they understand, what is being measured. And I just thought I can do that so much better in writing. And I don't want to mislead people with a chart. And I hate being misled by these charts that I'm seeing on Twitter. And at the same time, within our world in data, there was a lot of thought into how do we make these charts both effective in communicating some message, but also accurate. And I kind of increasingly was thinking, when should I be using these charts instead of writing? And the thing that really changed my mind was seeing some charts actually go viral that are making the same point that someone else has made in written text. But the chart is just so much more effective at communicating that. And there were some charts that I included in that piece that I found memorable and that I think other people also find very memorable, that it's not they're not going to remember the sentence. They might remember in vague terms what the article was about. But if you have the chart, it's so easy to communicate something. It's so fast. It's so much easier to understand, and it's so much easier to share with other people afterwards. And so then my thought was, okay, how do we combine these two things? Can I make charts both effective and easy to share, but also maintain that accuracy? And so a lot of the time that I spent was just thinking about this, what are the details that people will need to have on the chart? How do I improve the phrasing of the title? How do I improve the scale and what's being shown and the type of visualization that I'm using? Not using a bar chart when I could show the variation in the data, for example, or actually thinking, what is the point that I'm trying to communicate? Or what am I trying to understand with this data? And then working backwards from there to think about what chart should I use and how do I present this well? And then there was also the question of when should I use a chart versus when should I write this explanation in text? And I think that I also just found that in some cases it was so much easier to understand a topic if it was visualized. And that is especially the case when you're just exploring something new. It's when you're writing about something, you're writing about, let's say, when people are the average birth month in the year, for example. I might just say August. August is the most popular month that kids are born in the year. And I might add some more detail. I might say, there is only slight variation across the year. But this is such a small, concise summary. And if you're able to turn that into a chart, it's so much easier to add more information that other people can explore and learn things about. You're not just saying the one sentence summary, but you're giving them enough data that they can spot patterns that you wouldn't have seen or that would be hard to describe. And that they might explore afterwards. And so I increasingly realized that the charts are allowing you to see something that the writing is not. And it's not just about myself as a writer and what I've chosen to present, but the fact that the reader themselves can choose what they look into and what they explore, and they can learn some things that I haven't told them.
Is it August?
I think it's late summer. But what's so interesting about this, and again, that I wouldn't have known until I visualized it, is that has changed over time. So there's several interesting things about this pattern. One is that the most common birth month used to be early summer. It used to be April, May, and it shifted towards late summer, and this kind of changed over the last 100 years. So there are some countries that have data for a very long time going back on the specific months and the number of births per month, and that allows us to see what are the most common birth months. And so what is so interesting about that is that has changed over time, but also that has changed in multiple countries over time. I found that very surprising, and I thought, oh, what's driving this? And even though it's quite an interesting question, I guess maybe it's not that important, and like there hasn't been that much research on it. But there are some different theories that people have. One is that it's about the decline in agriculture, and there are fewer people who are working in the fields, and that affects when babies are born because people are timing their births to avoid the harvest months or something like that. And so that's one theory. I think there's another theory about air conditioning and how that affects when people have sex and when they have kids. And then there's education and when the school year starts and people planning for that, and that having changed over time as more people go to school. But I don't think there's like a clear answer as to why. So I found this very interesting. And of course, the other interesting thing is that the most popular birth months varies around the world. And unfortunately, we don't have data from every country to know that. But if you look at a map of the countries that we do have data, there's a difference between the most northernmost countries and the southernmost countries in when they have children across the year. And these differences are not that big, but they are quite big. So the difference between the highest birth month and the lowest birth month is like 10%. And so there is like, slight variation, and people are actually timing when they have kids, and it's not entirely random.
No, it's very fascinating because and I'm thinking aloud here, but it strikes me that, the question of when are most kids born is really a proxy for the question of when are people bonking the most. And
Right.
like in an Indian context, my explanation would be that, August, September makes sense because that means that, they're getting the job done in December or January when the weather is conducive to that, when it is wedding season, when people in fact get married. So, right after
Right.
marriage, if they got the job done, that would be January, and therefore you'd expect a kid out in September. But all of these other explanations you've given are fascinating. Harvest, air conditioning.
There are also other that made me remember. If you look at public holidays, if you look at Christmas, you'll find a spike in births just exactly 9 months after that. And what was interesting to me as well is that there's some research on temperature and how that affects birth timing. And what they find is that when there's an extremely hot day, then the birth rate 9 months later drops, and people are avoiding having sex on those days, and that makes sense. But I guess it's not just about that, but it's also when are they having unprotected sex, and often that is like actually timed. And I think that sometimes it's these decisions about, I have a lot of friends now who are having kids, and they are actually trying to time towards the school year start. And I find that very surprising and strange, but I'm not a parent, so what would I know?
I think the optimal timing there would be to actually get your kid born in January or February. And the reason for that is, I came across a study in, I think, a Malcolm Gladwell book, that in sports, most top sportsmen are born in the early part of the year. Because when you're going through the age groups, when you're 13-year-old and you're playing the under 14, or you're playing for your class, the kids who are born in Jan-Feb will be far more physically developed than the kids born in December. I was born at the end of December. So, therefore, those kids are going to be picked up to play, they're going to be picked up for training, and that's just going to, by the time school is over, they're so far ahead you can't catch up with them. So if you're a parent watching this, try to time it for Jan, but if you get it wrong and have a premature birth in December, you are in trouble.
Maybe time it for February then.
Maybe time it for yeah. So, right. So, let's, one of the charts that you shared, which I absolutely loved, it is so incredibly striking, is fishermen in Kerala, how the prices equalize by using mobile phones. Like, for the reader, please check this chart out. I'll, share her piece in my show notes. But basically, studies showed that fishermen in Kerala, typically before mobile phones, they'd have to go from area to area, and the prices would fluctuate and they wouldn't have the information. But once they got mobile phones, they could call up ahead of time, and because of this, the prices fluctuated much less. They were much more stable, which is an intuitive enough fact to understand if written in English. But the charts are just so mind blowing that they just kind of hit you with it. I won't go through all the details of that. Many of your piece, many learnings in that, and I feel someone must read it in full. But there is a couple of areas I want to kind of double click on. And one of them is when you talk about maximally reproducible charts, where you say, my dream is that one day every chart will have a button you can click that will open up the data behind the chart, metadata, an explanation of what was measured, and the code to recreate the chart, which you can instantly run to reproduce the chart you saw. Stop quote. And you've written about transparency in the context of science, how there need not be a trade-off between transparency and speed. And I had once proposed in the context of journalism that whenever you do a long feature story or etc., in the back end, you do a dump where you list out all the people you spoke to and the quotes you got, except where you need to protect identity. There, of course, you don't. But otherwise, you put all your data out there. So it becomes very easy for a regular reader like myself to go in and see, okay, is there a bias? Has this person cherry-picked the quotes to create a hit job? Or, what is the whole landscape? And that data would be invaluable to other people. In a really complicated story, you might miss something which somebody else might see if you just put it on. So, so I completely agree with you. And I've done a couple of episodes with Rukmini S, 3 episodes, in fact. And, she does the same thing with the India in Data, the site that she does, where they, put all the data at the back. So just expand a bit more on how this thought came about, and why isn't this a no-brainer? Because when I shared my, in the context of journalism, when I shared that thought with a bunch of journalists, they were all reflexively against it.
I mean, I guess as a non-journalist, I can imagine that people will be very protective, but also like, oh, we don't want you checking what I've done and criticizing me, and just read the story. I think with science, it's shocking to me that that's not already the case, that the data isn't just shared with the charts. And the reason that I really started thinking about this was when I was at our World in Data, and even now, if I'm trying to adapt a chart or even understand a chart, if I'm reading an academic paper, sometimes they share the data, but often they don't. And all I have is the image of the chart, and I don't even know what the individual data points are. And it really frustrated me, because if you want to learn something else about the chart, you want to do a different analysis and see something else that they haven't described in the paper, you just wouldn't be able to do it. And that really frustrated me. And it seemed like such a waste that this person that has collected this data, they've analyzed it in one particular way, they've shared that, and now there's no way to access the data anymore and do something different with it. And I found that quite frustrating. And the other was that occasionally people would make mistakes in their chart. The labels are the wrong way around, or they've analyzed it differently, or there's a bug in their code. And, I experienced this in my PhD, and it was very funny because I only noticed there was this bug in my code that I noticed a week before I had to submit my thesis. And it was incredibly stressful. And the only reason that I realized it was I had some 20 or 40 charts in the supplement of my paper. And again, it was because I like to do visualization that I had made all of these different visuals. And I noticed one of them had a category, there was a bar chart. And in this one category, this thing was there that really wasn't supposed to be there. That bar was supposed to be empty, there wasn't supposed to be anything in that cell. And yet it was full. And I was thinking, how did that happen? And, I traced it back. I figured out what went wrong, and I had miscoded something. And then when I fixed it, it affected some of the rest of the results as well. And so thankfully I managed to correct that before I submitted my thesis. But it just made me think, maybe I'm more error prone than other people, but I'm sure other people are also making small mistakes like that are not their fault. It's just an accident. Someone should point it out. And if we don't point it out, then a lot of people are going to be misled by that result. And I just thought that was bad. And I just thought, why don't we have it? Why don't we make it easier to see where this data is coming from and rerun the analysis and check, is there anything wrong, and make sure that the thing is coded correctly? And what's quite interesting in journalism especially is that people will often share charts with no source at all. So not only do they not have the data, they don't say where the data came from. They don't say anything about how the data was measured. And it's like you're just looking at the numbers and you're just being told, here's what you need to believe, without any way to follow up or investigate on your own or explore or adapt anything. And at Our World in Data, we would have the source listed, and you could click the source and you could go to the paper, but you could also see the data points behind the chart. And I thought, this is great. Like, we should make this much easier to do. And yet in any other system, if you don't have some kind of interactive chart or website, you can't do that. And what if we just had some kind of link or something that is written on the chart itself that people can then follow to do the same thing? And so that's what I've been doing on my charts, where I'll have a short URL and it goes to my GitHub page. And if someone goes there, they can find the chart, they can look at the data set that I used to create it, and they can also see the code that I used to create it, and they can remake the same chart. And something that I found unexpected from that is that some people will actually do it, and some people will actually they'll remake the chart, and then they'll do something else. They'll make a new visualization that I hadn't thought of, and they'll share that with me, and I'll be like, oh wow, I've learned something new. And that, I think, it's just so cool, and it feels very rewarding that I've helped someone do this new analysis. I didn't have to do it myself, and I learned something from this data that is even more interesting than what I shared.
Beautiful, and that's exactly the way we should all, approach this awesome world of knowledge. From using data and working with data, let's talk about getting the data. Like, in the real world, it's not that data is just there. The data is the bottleneck. It is so incredibly hard to get data in certain fields. Like in medicine, you've pointed out that the data is so fragmented that, potentially, if all the data was in one place, in a dream world, there's so much insight one could gather from that, but it is simply not there. So, across contexts, take me through what you've learned about, the real world problems with data, getting hold of it, collating it from various fragmented sources, of accounting for bias, accounting for the incompetence of the state in collecting the data, and etc., etc. So give me a sense of what that's been like for you.
I think the thing to really remember this whole time is actually what it's like. Like, where is the data literally coming from, step by step? Who is part of that data set, and what is being collected about them, and then who is processing the data? What are they doing with it? And let me just kind of take you through that with an example that I've often written about, because in my research on health, one of the big sources of data is on mortality, and it's about deaths, and it's about causes of deaths, for example. And so if you just think about this process of where is the data actually coming from? So with death statistics, it's coming from death certificates. And what that process is like is, someone will die, and then their doctor or nurse will fill in a death certificate for them, which has their name and when they died, how old they were. It will also, they are trained to list pathway of how the person died. What was the immediate cause of death? And that's often a heart attack or a stroke or something. And then the doctor or nurse is supposed to work backwards and try to determine what led up to that final step. So was it heart disease, or was it an infection or something like that? And it's really to the best of their knowledge. And often the best of their knowledge is quite limited. Maybe they have never seen this person before, or there are no medical records available. They haven't done the testing, or they don't know where the person came from or how they got into that circumstance. And so that kind of affects the data a bit, but at least you have something there. And the problem is often, as I mentioned before, that in rural areas, and if deaths are happening outside a hospital, often they're not being recorded at all. There is no death certificate for them. Or if there is a death certificate, the doctor or nurse doesn't know how to fill in the cause of death. They don't know what happened, and so they'll just leave it blank. And they don't want to be, responsible for saying something that they don't understand. And what that means is that the death certificates themselves are quite flawed. But then that kind of has to feed into national statistics. So all of the death certificates in a hospital are then given to the statistical office in the country. They then turn this written description of how the person died into codes, classifications of different types of deaths and diseases and things like that. And then they send that to the World Health Organization every year. And so at every step of this process, something can go wrong, right? Like first, the person might have died from some unknown cause that we literally don't know what the cause of death is, and not even the best doctor would be able to figure it out. Or they died outside a hospital and no one filled in a death certificate for them. Or they did fill in a death certificate, but they didn't know the cause, so they didn't write anything down. Or they did know the cause, but then they wrote it poorly and they didn't explain each of the steps. Or they got something wrong in some way. And then that feeds into the hospital statistics. And maybe the hospital statistics didn't have a good filing system. They didn't have enough people actually working on compiling that data and then sending it to the country's authority. Or maybe that a hospital didn't even exist at all, and the person died so far away from the hospital that they didn't get into the statistical system. And finally, there's the country's statistical office, which is trying to compile all of this information from, let's say, thousands of deaths across the whole country. And imagine this happening in a very poor country, and there might be 5 or 6 people in total working there, and this is their job. And it must be so crazy. And I just think, if you think about it like that, you start to understand where the biases can come in, and not just the biases, but just the amount of missing data you have from something like that, where things can fall through the cracks at every stage. And this is for the type of thing that we have the most data on. Like deaths are the most collected things, one of the most collected metrics across health. And what is interesting as well is to think about that from a historical perspective. How did we even come to this system? And this is not exactly a historical accident, but it's something that people intentionally had to create the system of death certificates and a statistical office and this process of filling in a death certificate in this certain way. And it really happened, I think, in the 15th and 16th century in a few cities in Europe. And then spread to more cities, spread to the whole countries, and then spread across the world and became standardized in this international way. But it really takes people deciding this is something that is important for us to collect. And when they were originally being collected, a lot of that was to try to record epidemics, like cholera outbreaks, for example, or a big one, or bubonic plague or something like that. And you're trying to get these statistics on deaths so that you can understand the patterns, so that you can understand where in the country are these deaths happening, and not just based on rumors or anecdotes, but actually looking at the numbers. And this fact of, it's like so hard to measure that well, but also that it's real people out there who are collecting that data and then compiling it and then turning it into a usable data set that someone else can use. It's this whole massive process, and it's very difficult. And I understand why there's so much data that is much more fragmented than that. And I think that nowadays it's easier to collect a lot of this data because you can use other modes. You can use surveys, and there are organizations that will conduct those surveys, or you can use phone-based tools and things like that. And I think hopefully that'll get a lot easier, but it really does take actual people deciding we need to collect this data, and these are the things we're going to collect, and actually thinking about that whole process of where that data is coming from, what can go wrong, and trying to fix those gaps and actually put together the data from so many different sources. I don't think it's something that we really take for granted, I think.
One of your essays which actually illustrates this best is that essay you wrote on suicide statistics across the world, where, which brings this out so beautifully. I also want to talk about, how we take data for granted, but what happens when data goes missing. For example, last year, another great essay on this, you wrote, quote, "The demographic and health surveys brought crucial data for more than 90 countries. Without them, we risk darkness," stop quote, which is, a great way to put it. But we do risk darkness in more ways than one, not just the fact that, we lose sight of what is going on there when data vanishes, but that data is not just something wonks are looking at. It has massive real world consequences. So elaborate a bit on this for me.
I think it's really underappreciated. So I think, yeah, like as I mentioned, many of these statistics were collected specifically to try to track outbreaks. But in this context, in health, the data that's collected actually feeds into many decisions, and it's, sometimes that's by governments deciding what to invest in, where they need to have hospitals. Sometimes it's companies even deciding, trying to figure out how large is their market size, how many doses of X do they need to create, and where do they need to be sending their supplies, and so on. And then it's researchers as well deciding, trying to understand these patterns in the world, trying to understand what the causes of different things are. And it really goes downstream in so many different ways. So in public health, especially, I think data has just mattered so much. So I think cholera is one great example where John Snow had figured out the source of the cholera outbreak in London and traced it to a pump based on his investigation of talking to lots of people and actually mapping it out and figuring out, they all had the same shared source of water in this pump. And the same is true for many other examples. So Florence Nightingale, for example, she tallied up deaths from different causes during World War I think, maybe II. I forgot.
One, I think.
Yeah. And found that a lot of them were not from injuries, but from diseases that otherwise were, related to sanitation and hygiene or infectious diseases. And that had a big influence in terms of making governments much more interested in sanitary reforms and improving living standards and hygiene, and not just focusing on trying to cover up injuries with wounds. And then there's Semmelweis, who you described, who looked at maternal mortality rates in hospitals and actually counted up the number of women who were dying during childbirth in one ward versus another, and tracing that to hand washing, and then actually doing another experiments where, I just think that this has actually made such a big difference to our understanding of things, but also to our allocation of things. So with global health, especially, many of these programs are done at a large scale, and you need to know how many doses of something to make, where to distribute those doses, what is missing, what are people dying from that is not treatable yet. Things like that. You need the data, and it feeds into so much. And I think it has a lot of downstream consequences that people don't realize.
The moment you mentioned Florence Nightingale, and I straight away said World War One, but that's because it was the earlier war. And then I thought, wait a minute, wasn't it 19th century? So I just Googled it because the word that came into my mind was Crimean War, and it is the Crimean War. So I'm very proud.
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah.
I remembered something of absolutely no consequence to my life. And all the things that matter, I absolutely forget. I also
That makes more sense, because that was during... The sanitary reforms were in the 19th century, not the 20th. And so that makes sense.
So are you going to give me something from your pot? I'm just kidding. Yeah, this is not a written piece. Claude would have corrected you. So, given the importance of data, something that I worry about, and maybe I worry about it more than I should because I'm in India, is the role that data plays in building narratives, and therefore how it can be misused in the politics of the time. Like a classic example of this really is in how I believe the Indian government understated the deaths during COVID because it wanted to show that it was doing a good job. And when this becomes a case, and when, as in India, a lot of your useful data actually comes from government itself, then how does one kind of deal with that? How does one adjust for that? Does one use multiple sources and triangulate? What have been your experiences with figuring out the reliability of data and the danger of these sort of narratives, which you would not unwittingly want to contribute to?
I think you put it well in that one of the things to do is look at multiple sources of evidence. The other is actually kind of plotting or just investigating the data more, because often when the data are kind of fraudulent or like uncovered, underreported or something, or suppressed in some way, there are things that are missing that really should be there, or patterns that are very odd. And there are many kind of examples of this. One is actually from psychology. And there's this paper by a psychologist called Dan Ariely and some of his colleagues, where I think they were looking at something like it was something about gas consumption by vehicles and just how far the vehicles had traveled, and that was being correlated with something else. But if you looked at the data set, the distribution of how many miles each car had driven, it wasn't like normally distributed or anything. Like, it wasn't like a curve. It was just almost uniform, and then suddenly it just dropped. And after a certain number of miles, apparently no cars drove more than that, and all of the other cars drove exactly the same, almost exactly the same amount. And things like that, the like patterns within the data are things that people can look into forensically. And I think there are a bunch of scientists who are interested in doing this. And I think that's one way. I think the other is really, use other sources of data and try to think about what you would expect from the same kind of data in another place. Like, is this an outlier in some way where for some reason, despite the demographics of the population, there are just way fewer deaths than you would expect? And actually probe the data in that way. And I think, one, there's too many people who just take things at face value, and then there are other people who really overcorrect, and they take things at face value when they're posted by someone they like, but not by the government or something like that. And I think that that's really a problem. And I think this being transparent and allowing people to explore that data themselves can help build trust.
And these narrative battles lead to another problem for people like us as creators. Like, at one point in your piece on data visualization, you have the line, quote, "Consider how your chart might be misinterpreted and think about making improvements," stop quote. And there's another fantastic essay you wrote on basically examining the common perception that the cancer rate has gone down because smoking has gone down. And if you see the chart, they seem almost perfectly correlated. But you pointed out that it's not the case, it's multi-causal. And at one point you had to put in the caveat, quote, "There's always a risk when you write something like this that people will take it to mean something completely different. So just to be clear, I'm not saying that smoking was unimportant," stop quote, thereby making that same effort to be idiot proof. And it irritates the hell out of me that whenever I write something, even if it's a bloody tweet, there's one part of my brain which has to take a few seconds to figure out whether it's idiot proof enough or not, right?
Yeah.
So, and that irritates the hell out of me. So tell me about how you deal with this, because at one level you don't want to waste any of your precious bandwidth thinking about this nonsense, but at another level, this is a real world we are in where narrative battles have taken us in these crazy directions.
Yeah, I just often when I write, I don't want people to have just a really stupid reason to completely dismiss what I'm saying and to have misinterpreted what I'm saying and ignore it and tell other people not to read it. Like, it's just so irritating when that happens. But I also have this problem where when I'm writing an article, I do think about these nuances much more because I'm much more interested in, I really want this to be convincing and I want people to take me seriously. But when I'm talking in a conversation with people, or also when I'm tweeting, I'll sometimes forget. And people will have the silliest misinterpretations. And I'll be like, how did you even come to that conclusion? And in some ways it's easy to blame other people, but I also think that it's kind of up to us to help avoid that misinterpretation, because sometimes you just won't know and you'll see this tweet by someone else and maybe you've recently read something else and you've just made the connection and assumed that they mean something that they don't. And I think it's worth saying, but it's irritating that we have to.
So, let's go back to medicine, because I realized that there was a question I asked you. I tend to ask questions that are too complicated, but so there was one where I asked you a two-part question and we never got to the second part, which is about, the pipeline of scientific discovery and medical research, where we spoke about what happens in the road leading up to discovery. But I'd also like you to talk to me about the bottlenecks after discovery, the trials, the manufacturing, the regulation that is there, adoption, finance, politics, just all of these things, because there is a long journey to actually get something to market even after it's done, like the malaria drug example, the malaria vaccine example that you gave, which took 25 years or more. So
yeah, I mean, I think that's a great example where so just for context, we have had there are two malaria vaccines available right now in Africa. that were introduced, I think now 3 years ago for one of them and 4 or 5 years for the other one. And the first one that was introduced was actually developed in the 90s. And I came across this because I wanted to write a blog post about the malaria vaccines. Like, I read about it in the news, and I thought, oh wow, that's amazing. We have a malaria vaccine now. How did we get that? Because I remember learning at university that malaria is just very complicated. It's caused by a parasite, and this parasite it's like much bigger than a virus or bacterium. And unlike both of those, it also changes shape during its life cycle. So it's spread from mosquitoes to humans. And within that whole life cycle, it changes its shape. And that makes it very difficult to develop a vaccine for. And so I was thinking, oh, this is amazing. We've made such a big breakthrough. And one of the first things that I learned, just looking at the Wikipedia page, was that it was invented in the 90s. And it genuinely shocked me. I was like quite angry to learn this. And I started looking into what happened, and I eventually turned this into a very long piece instead of just a blog post. But the quick summary is that a lot of it was because of funding and the lack of infrastructure to test the vaccines. So in the 1960s, there was research into malaria vaccines and drugs because of the Vietnam War. So there were U.S. Army troops in Southeast Asia, and they faced drug-resistant malaria. And so the question was, can we develop new drugs or potentially vaccines against malaria? And so a lot of the initial research came from some Army medical researchers from that era. And after the Vietnam War, the funding dried up, and there was much less interest in the field. It was like some people were still continuing to work on it. And in the 90s, there were a few researchers who had developed this new formulation that they tried multiple different formulations, and this was the one that seemed to work in these small studies. And once you develop a vaccine, especially. And it's a vaccine that it's not being used to treat someone with the disease, but you're giving it to healthy people. The standards for safety are much higher. And so you have to kind of try to test this out in the population who are going to take it. And the population who are most affected by malaria are children in Africa. And so people had to run field trials of, studying how effective is this vaccine, how safe is this vaccine in Africa. And they started out by doing a field trial of like 300 adult men in the Gambia. And that, again, even though the target, the people who are supposed to be protected from this are children, you want to start often with testing it in adults because it's less vulnerable to something going wrong. And then move to children after that. And so these initial trials, they seem, modest. The efficacy is around 30 to 40%. So it's not a hugely effective vaccine, but it's still really important for such a big disease that kills so many people. And then there was just very little interest in carrying forward that research and turning that into larger clinical trials. So one reason was the efficacy was not that high. But the other was that it's malaria. And at the time, there was not that much interest in funding this. And the reason for that is there's no commercial market for it. When pharmaceutical companies develop new drugs and vaccines, that tends to be for richer countries where the government is purchasing this vaccine for the whole population. And in Africa, where the poverty rate is much higher and the governments have much less to spend, healthcare spending in sub-Saharan Africa, for example, is about $80 per person per year total. That's like everything. That's testing, that's treatment, that's vaccines. They're not going to be able to spend enough that pharmaceutical companies would invest in something like this. And so you need other funding for it, whether that's from philanthropy or from rich countries or something else. You need to have some kind of investment to get it through these clinical trials in the first place and to test it in people. And that was really missing until the early 2000s. So in 2002, 3, there were several big organizations that were set up. The Global Fund was one of them, and Unitate. And in the US, there was President Bush's malaria initiative. And these kind of increased the levels of funding for malaria research, but it was still just the vaccine itself was not a priority, and people just thought this isn't going to work. Look, it's not that effective anyway. And it just really dragged out. And from what I read, the researchers just struggled to find the funding for testing it in clinical trials during this whole process. And within medicine, the process is multiple stages. So it's not just one experiment and then you approve the drug. It kind of goes from phase 1 to phase 2 to phase 3, and then it gets approved. So the phase 1 is often a small study. It's some maybe dozens of people, and you're just testing the basics of safety and some indicators of the efficacy. Then you do phase 2, which is larger, sometimes a few hundred people. Then you're testing some more about its efficacy and more about its safety in a larger population. And then the phase 3 is often several hundred people, sometimes a few thousand people, where you're seeing in a bigger population, are there rare side effects that we would have missed before? And what is the actual efficacy in the real world when there are multiple people from different, parts of life? And so this process took, I think it was like 13 years or so to complete. And on average, it takes about 6 to 7 years. That itself was just so long. And part of the reason was funding. The other part was just a lack of infrastructure. So across Africa at the time, especially in the early 2000s, there weren't enough hospitals that had the resources to run a clinical trial. There weren't enough researchers who knew how to run it or who had the training for it. And so the researchers themselves had to fund some of the clinics and had to pay to build some of the clinics. And this just kind of blew my mind that, we were missing the ability to even test out these vaccines in the first place. And it was on the researchers themselves to persist and take that vaccine forward, and for all of those years. And then finally, when they finished the phase 3 trials in 2015, there's So again, in Africa, until recently, there hasn't been a regulatory agency that reviews all of the data that it comes in, has the expertise and says, yes, this is safe and effective, and let's approve it here. But instead, it's the European Medicines Agency that does that, and they will look at the safety and the efficacy, and then the World Health Organization or some other organization will then see how much is the cost-to-benefit ratio of this new drug or vaccine, and should we recommend it for international funding? Because again, the people who are benefiting from this vaccine don't have the resources to pay for it. So yeah. So it's a very complicated process. And what happened in this case with the malaria vaccine was that in 2015, all of these trials had been done, and the researchers submitted the data to the European Medicines Agency, and they looked at the data. They said, this looks good. This looks safe and effective, and let's recommend it to the World Health Organization. And the World Health Organization then did their own analysis as well. And that analysis involved this both looking at the original analysis of what is the efficacy rate, but they also did some additional analyses. And in those additional analyses, they found some signals that there might be problems with the safety. So, for example, they found higher rates of meningitis in the vaccinated group. They didn't know why, and those higher rates of meningitis were not uniform across the different trial sites. It was only at 2 or 3 different trial sites that they found that. And there was something else as well. And so they looked at this and said, okay, we're not sure if this is safe. Maybe this is something that we need more data on. And I wasn't there at the time, and I don't know what they discussed, and I'm sure that there was a lot of debate and stuff around this, but it just seems to me like after doing 13 years of clinical trials, we shouldn't just ask for more data after that. Like you should, have some better process in place and better way to make judgments about it. But instead, what they did was they said, we're not going to recommend it at this stage. And we're going to ask for a pilot rollout of the vaccine. And based on the data from that pilot rollout, then we will recommend it for international funding across the continent. And then, so the researchers then had to do this pilot project. It took another 4 years to get funding for that. Again, you have to recruit the staff. It was also kind of a mess because by this point, the company that had manufactured the vaccines thought, okay, we're just about to roll it out. We'll definitely get approved. And now they're asked to shut down and pause until this pilot study is finished. And so everything was kind of put on hold until they found enough funding for the pilot study. So after the 4 years that it took to find that funding, then took another 2 years to run the pilot study. And after that was done, they then looked at the results. No increase in those risks, no safety problems that they found, and they finally then recommended it. And so, I think this whole process maybe is one of the worst examples of this kind of delay, but I think that it's a very good way to understand what can go wrong and what can cause the delays, and that it's not just about discovering or inventing a new drug or vaccine, but it's also getting the funding to test it, or getting the scientists and getting the doctors and nurses to run the clinical trials. And especially with a disease that mostly affects people in poverty or in extreme poverty, there's just very little incentive for anyone to be, actually commercially interested in this. And I just think that it helps to understand that this is not just about the science. It's about the institutions. It's about the incentives. It's about the funding. And it's about people actually deciding, and those researchers especially deciding for more than 20 years that they're going to continue working on this, even though it was so hard. And so I think that it's a horrible story, I think. I felt quite angry learning about it. And I just thought more people should know that it's not as simple as just making a breakthrough and immediately it gets out to people. But we actually need to be thinking about the whole process of what gets developed, what is not being developed just because of funding, not because of the science at all. And so I think that piece really helped me understand that better, but also helped kind of change other people's perspective on it as well.
No, it's a lovely deep dive into institutional failure. I read this book a few years back, I think a decade ago actually, by Robert Gribois. It's called Fortress and Frontier in American Healthcare. From what I can remember, if I remember correctly, the basic framework he laid out is that if you look at the US FDA, they are way too protective, more protective than they should be, perhaps because the incentives are they don't actually want to get something wrong and put a dangerous drug out there, but they err massively on the side of safety, and therefore drugs that should come to market at a particular point in time may come out 5-10 years later than they actually should because of the processes involved. And Grabois contrasted that with what he called frontier mentality. Like if this was a fortress, he said there's a frontier mentality which Silicon Valley operates under, for example, where everything is open, is a wild west, you try everything, you have different innovators, you have freedom everywhere. Now, given the nature of medicine and the possible negative externalities, obviously you cannot have that in medicine. But it does feel to me that the FDA goes too far. Now, from an Indian perspective, I like it because I free roll. So, whenever I have to think about whether a medicine is safe or not, my criteria is if the FDA has approved it, it is 100% safe. Exactly. It has to be, because they go much further than necessary. And here, when you share your anger that after 13 years of clinical trials, they want another field study to be done, and that 4 years for the data, 2 years for this, 4 years for the funding, 2 years, it just makes me mad. What do you think a better system would actually like? First of all, do you sort of agree with the frame and the diagnosis? And what do you think about, how would a better system actually look like? Like if you were to reboot healthcare and you are in charge, right, what would it look like?
My question is often, how do we get actual rigorous evidence more efficiently? How do we get, a high quality data? And sometimes even the data that these trials go through is not enough for like me to be satisfied. But I think there is so much possibility in making the whole process more efficient. So I think I agree with your sense that it is a gatekeeper, but it is also a very good signal. And what I would say is that medicine is quite different from other technologies in that you can't tell the benefits or the side effects for a long time often. And the benefits of like taking statins or something, you're not going to see them as an individual for maybe a decade or more. And it's actually quite hard to even know if it had an effect because it's not like a 0 to 1. It's not curing the disease. It's preventing heart attacks, and heart attacks are not that common. And so you have to wait for a long time, and you have to compare the two groups, and to understand whether the thing is effective at all, you do need a trial. And so that part, I think, is crucial. But can we do it more efficiently? I think definitely. And I think that there are, lots of people at the FDA who want to improve things, and it's like partly it's this institution that has been built up for over so long and people are just stuck in these old processes. And then there's all of these problems of fragmentation and how to run things more efficiently at the scale of a government and what funding decisions to make. And I think that's quite hard. I think with the malaria vaccine example, I think for me, there's like 2 or 3 different points of failure. One is the initial lack of commercial incentive to develop the vaccines. And, I generally believe this Milton Friedman quote of, we want something, we have to make it profitable for good things to happen. And if we want, want more vaccines, we have to make it profitable for people to produce them. And in this case, I think that's true as well. Like, I think that if you're able to change the commercial incentives so that people are interested in developing and manufacturing vaccines that are acceptable, that are safe and effective, we should be doing that. And so one of the ideas that I wrote about in the piece was of the advanced market commitments. And the idea there is that you have this pool of funding that's available if a company develops a safe and effective drug, they test it, it meets those standards, and depending on how many doses they manufacture that gets to children, they will be paid out from that. And I think that firstly, that actually gives them a market for producing the thing that's neglected otherwise. And secondly, it's sort of not picking in advance which manufacturers might succeed. And it's sort of saying, if you develop this, you have to put in the initial capital to develop it. And then there's a market for you afterwards. And only if you succeed. So it rewards success in a way that a lot of other funding doesn't. And so I think that is a great way to get more of this. And this idea has been written about much more by some economists like Michael Kremer and Rachel Glenister. They have a book called Strong Medicine, which describes this. So I think that's one point of failure there. The second was just the lack of infrastructure to run clinical trials. There were just very few hospitals and clinics that had the training to be able to do this across Africa. And even strengthening that could make a big difference, I think. And then the third is this whole regulatory procedure of, like, it's not the African countries themselves deciding that it's safe and effective, it's the World Health Organization. And without them deciding that, they're not going to get any vaccines. Like, to me, that seems so crazy. And I think there's better ways of doing that. And now there is an agency in Africa called the African Medicines Agency that makes some of these reviewing decisions and everything else. But they're very small and they're very understaffed, and it's very hard to coordinate across many different countries across a continent. And I think that there's still a lot of problems there to be solved. And then even the process of running clinical trials themselves or doing the regulatory review and all of that, I think, can be made a lot more efficient. So one thing that I'm interested in, so I advise the philanthropy coefficient giving on clinical trial reform and kind of do research on potential grants that could make the whole process more efficient and recommend grants to them. And like one of the things that I'm interested in through that is just how do we make it easier to recruit participants into trials? How do we, find people more easily who are interested in this? Maybe that involves finding them through some national registry of people who said that they're interested in participating in trials or something else. And then can we design the trials better so we learn more with a much more efficient use of time? And one thing that I think is a very helpful idea that isn't being used enough is this idea of a platform trial. So when you're testing for most drugs or vaccines, they get tested individually. So you're testing one drug versus one placebo. And that's so inefficient. Like you're testing them all separately and each of them doing slightly different processes. And that means you need like a placebo group every time that's not getting the thing at all. And it's just kind of duplicating a lot of efforts, right? And so the idea behind a platform trial is that instead of doing this duplicative effort, you have a larger trial where instead of being randomized to one of two groups, they're randomized to, let's say, 5 or 6. So either the placebo or one of 5 different drugs, for example. And that's much more efficient. And the total sample size will be smaller than it would be if you did each of these separately. And it also means that you can compare the different drugs face to face, right? Because they're all in the same trial. And I think this is just a great idea that should be done more. I have some theories as to why it doesn't happen more. And one is it's hard to coordinate. The second, though, is that I think that a lot of pharmaceutical companies wouldn't be interested. Like they wouldn't want to test their drugs against their competitors' drugs in the same trial. Like that's a risk. And it's not, if you've done the trials separately, you can just say, oh, well, maybe it was because of something else that happened. And so I think there's like various things that governments could do, or like the incentives could be changed so that this becomes a more attractive option and that it's just so much more efficient. And is there some way to fix this coordination problem? So I think, there's so many ideas out there. I think there's so many ways to make the whole process more efficient that don't even involve compromising on safety. Like I do think that in some cases, the FDA and regulators in general go too far. And I think this example in 2015, what the WHO did, was an example of that. But I also think the safety is important, but like, why can't we just collect this data in a more efficient way? And, instead of saying, let's pause until we get the pilot study, could they not have done a rollout and then reviewed the data as it came in or something like that? It's just crazy to me that this still happens.
Speaking of incentives, tell me about patents. Again, a subject you've written about. You've pointed out that it solves a problem, yes, but it also creates its own set of problems. Mm-hmm. So how do you think about that, and how would you think about reforming that particular system and, fixing the problems it creates without creating new problems?
I used to, like I mentioned, I used to be very libertarian, and I used to think all patents are bad and we should just abolish them, and they're a monopoly on being able to sell something. And I've kind of changed my mind a bit. I think that the benefit is that you end up actually releasing the information in public, and you get a market for doing that. But there's actually this thing where people can learn from how you developed the particular drug or invention and you adapt them in different ways. And I think that that's actually more valuable than many people imagine. But I do think that the idea of like a monopoly reducing competition in that field is not a good thing. And so I do wonder if there are different ways to both incentivize the development of something and sharing that information publicly, but not creating a monopoly. So I think that in this case, for example, advanced market commitments are a good way of doing that, but then there are also others, and it really depends on the situation. So for example, if one other idea is a prize, right? And you could have a prize where if you do a certain thing, you'll make that public, but also you'll get this reward at the end. And I think that works when the sharing the information itself solves a really important problem, and that essentially solves most of the problem itself. But if the problem is manufacturing the thing as well, then the price isn't going to get you very far, because the thing is, you'll develop the product and then there's no reason to manufacture it at all. And this, we still wouldn't have any vaccines if that was the case, or for neglected diseases. There are other ideas as well. I think these are kind of the initial two options. And then there's, different kinds of pull funding and different kinds of company structures that might help this problem. But I think those are kind of the big three that I would kind of distinguish.
Though I don't think being libertarian has anything to do with being against patents. I mean, it's a form of intellectual property, so you can go down the property rights way and,
right.
But whatever. I mean...
Yeah, there's like a division within that on how people think about should there be intellectual property rights at all? Or,
What do you think? Should there be copyright for authors?
I don't know anymore. I don't know anymore.
Let's not get into these complicated matters, which are possibly at least above my pay grade. Let's talk about something you've done a great episode on. I should inform my listeners that you absolutely must listen to Hard Drugs, which is an awesome podcast Saloni does with a co-host. And they did a recent episode, which is I think 4.5 hours. So I'm so proud of you for that. Well done. Which is about AI in medicine. And it's beautifully nuanced. You go into a lot of detail out there. And net, just from what we've been speaking about during this episode, it's obvious to see what the limitations there are. That yes, AI is amazing at getting patterns out of a lot of data and can be awesome in those ways, but A, the data is extremely fragmented and hard to collect, and you've got to distinguish between different kinds of data, and B, the real challenge in medicine, the real bottleneck is not necessarily that discovery process, but also the political economy of funding, and then all the bottlenecks that come up with the FDA and
and even testing in humans, and so doing something in a simulation is very different.
So tell me more about that. Where did you start because the very first time I heard about, typically when you hear of AI in healthcare, you'll hear about these one or two cases which will sound so miraculous, and you'll be like, wow, mind-blowing, more of this. What was your journey, thinking of AI in healthcare from when you started to where you are now?
A lot of it was by my co-host, Jacob Trefethen. So he has a blog, and he had written a series of blog posts about, will AI solve medicine? And I just found it fascinating. The way that he structured those blog posts was also very interesting. So he did a choose your own adventure. So he gave a summary in one of the blog posts. And he said, if you're a skeptic of AI, then let me convince you of why AI is actually going to be important. And if you are, a booster, or you have a lot of hype for AI, then here's a different blog post that will convince you that there are still going to be a lot of bottlenecks, even with massive progress. And so I love that series, and I thought, let's turn this into an episode. And we sort of decided to kind of step back and think about the whole process of developing new drugs or vaccines. And you start off with the basic research, or trying to understand the disease, or trying to develop the drugs. Then you have the development of the drug itself, the testing in humans, the regulation, the actual getting it out to patients. And we just thought, let's try to work through, in each of these parts, where do we think AI can help? What can it do that researchers generally can't do on their own? And even just assuming that everything that is digitized can be automated in some way, and everything that, is done in a very repetitive way can be automated. And based on that framework, we were like, what are the remaining bottlenecks going to be? And what are the things that people haven't done so far that it would be really useful for them to do with AI? And so that was kind of the perspective that we took. And I have the same, the conclusion the takeaways that you gave. I do think it's going to make a very big difference in terms of discovering and developing new drugs. And then there's still this bottleneck of actually testing it out in humans and, getting it through regulation. And then will people be willing to inject themselves or take a drug that they don't know works and that hasn't been tested? I've changed my view a little bit on this because of this whole peptide craze. People are injecting themselves with things that have not been tested at all. And so I do think that there are people who are going to do that. But in the wider population, I think there's still going to be a lot of reluctance until you have large scale trials and something like the FDA. As you said, you use that as a sign of whether something is safe. That being a decision factor in whether someone takes it, and also whether something is covered by insurance or gets funding at a national level to buy something. And I think this is still hard. And then there's a delivery problem as well, and especially across Africa and South Asia, getting medicines out to people, even once they're developed, that is still going to be a challenge. And it requires a lot of funding. Even if it's like drone delivery, you still need someone to pay for that. And, AI is not going to solve that on its own, even though I think AI is going to have a big impact on medicine.
If you could personify the FDA, and if I could do a podcast episode with this personification of the FDA, I think that would be my longest ever episode, maybe a 13-year episode. Like, who would have thunk? Though it's double speed, that's 6.5 years. So one can manage if one runs that much, and if one runs that much, one is no doubt healthier. You increase your lifespan by 6.5 years. So where did those go?
So how would I personify it?
Yeah, I was just thinking in terms of how long episodes could be, but I think I've kept you long enough and you've been really patient. So a bunch of final questions to kind of wind up. And my final question on medicine is this. It's about vaccines. Now, you've written an awesome essay on the golden age of vaccines, which of course I'll link from the show notes. So I won't ask you to elaborate on that. But I am intrigued by the fact that you are a vaccine enthusiast to the point that you've taken many vaccines and you like adult vaccines and so on and so forth. So for me and my listeners, tell us which vaccines that we can take excite you the most. You would in fact encourage us to run out and while listening to the 13-year podcast, take one of them right now.
So this I'll keep to the adult vaccines that you can take now and not the kid ones. So
why you think no kids listen to my podcast? I'm kidding. Yeah, let's go with the adult vaccines.
So if you're old enough, and I wish the criteria was bigger, but there's the shingles vaccine, which I think is really important. So as a kid, I got chickenpox, and chickenpox, the virus, it kind of stays silent in your body and it can get reactivated into shingles many years or decades later. And it's very painful. And, that pain lasts for sometimes days, sometimes weeks, sometimes months. And it's debilitating. It's a giant pain, and it's hard to even just go through your life normally day to day. And that, I think, it's completely preventable. Like, why don't we just take the vaccine? And unfortunately, in many countries, it's restricted. So it's only available for people over the age of 50 or 60, depending on the country. But that's one that I would recommend. There's some new vaccines that I think are worth taking as well. So I recently got the chikungunya vaccine. So a few of my relatives in India had chikungunya recently. And again, similar symptoms. It just sounded awful. They, two of them were kind of bedridden for weeks, and it just seemed like, again, we have new vaccines against this. I think I'm not sure if they're available in India yet, but I know that they're available in Europe, and they're kind of new. So maybe it's partly a matter of chance, partly a matter of all the things that we talked about in regulation and all these problems and delays.
But think about the irony. Think about the irony that we have chikungunya in India and the chikungunya vaccine in Europe. Well done, world.
Exactly. This is the commercial incentives are just all messed up. And so there's that. There's a dengue vaccine as well now. That's also quite new. For some of these, they're like multiple vaccines, and a few of them have been withdrawn because they're not that safe. And the ones that I would recommend are the protein subunit vaccines, which are generally extremely safe. And then what else is there? Adult vaccines. If you're in Europe, I would recommend the TBE vaccine, which is tick-borne encephalitis, and it's a disease that's spread by ticks. It's fairly rare, but basically just it causes brain swelling and various problems that are complications of that. And again, it's very preventable. What other adult vaccines are there? Let me look them up. The flu vaccine, I would definitely recommend that. So one thing that I learned a few years ago that was new to me was that flu really increases the risk of cardiovascular disease. It causes a lot of inflammation and stress. And it increases the risk of heart attacks and strokes by like 20-30%. And if you get the vaccine, it's almost the same benefit that you would get from statins, right? Like just the fact that you can avoid heart attacks and strokes annually by getting a flu shot is something that people wouldn't know. But I think that
So I got to tell you at this point that in December 2024, I had this weird viral infection which lingered for 2-3 weeks. And then I had a heart attack, though I wasn't aware of it at the time, in January last year. So after 6 weeks of the viral thing, and then the doc told me that most probably it's a viral cause only because there were no indications before that.
Right.
So this shit is real. My good friend Lancelot Pinto, who's India's best lung doctor, he's been on the show. When he gave me the statistics of how, viral fevers or flus can actually cause cardiovascular events, I was like mind blown and shocked because, for a long time, the stuff that was happening. And of course, it wasn't the dramatic kind of thing where you clutch your chest and you fall down and some idiot breaks your ribs trying to do CPR. But so I didn't even know it, so I can't even pinpoint the time when I got it. I was told after the fact that, hey, you had a minor this thing. So I'll double down on that and say that that's great advice that you just gave.
Yeah. Wow. That that sounds quite scary. There's also the other one that I would recommend, similar vein, is the pneumococcal vaccine. So that is relatively new. I think it's been out for around a decade or more. And again, this deadly bacterial infection of the lungs and brains, and it is preventable, and the vaccine is very safe. And so I'd recommend that. There's a new RSV vaccine. So this was only introduced 3 years ago in the US. I'm not sure which. I think it's probably available in various richer countries, and then probably will take a while elsewhere. But RSV is the leading cause of infant hospitalizations in richer countries today. Because we've reduced flu and measles and all of these other diseases, RSV is the big one that's remaining. And so I would recommend that as well. It's just a much more severe lung infection in general than the other ones are. And then I think that's it. There are some that are like boosters that people could have if they're in, risk populations, but generally those risks are quite low now. I'm kind of an enthusiast in part because I hate being sick. Like, I don't understand why people find it a difficult decision to make. Often when I talk to people, they say, I felt really horrible for the hours or the day that I got the vaccine. And it's like, yes, that's true, but that's much less bad than being sick for a week, surely. And, I love working and I hate being off work. And even when you're sick, you can't really enjoy yourself very much and you can't just watch TV or something. And I just think if we can prevent this, why not? Like, I don't want to go through that. And, and then I guess the other thing is that I actually will often read about some of these vaccines and learn about the history. And it's just so cool that they exist. You can actually just completely prevent getting a disease. Why not take it?
No, that's a rational point of view, but I actually have an explanation for why people who hate being sick complain about getting a vaccine, which is that what is our attitude to death? Our attitude to death is that we are in denial of its existence. We behave as if we will be immortal forever. So similarly, we behave as if we will never be sick. I think it's kind of an extension of that. Why go and make the effort and go somewhere and take 2 hours off and get a vaccine? So I have a question for you. If a bunch of friends decide to have a vaccine party where they all get vaccinated together and then go out and drink, and the organizer sends an invitation card for this, what would be the last line, perhaps a small print of the invitation card? You'll hate me for this.
Do you have an answer to that? I'm trying to think. Okay. What's your answer?
RSV, please. Instead of because in India all cards have RSVP, please. So RSV, please, for the RSV vaccine, which I will surely check out after this. Right. So my penultimate question, I'm good at counting, is something that you mentioned that again took me by surprise, and
Sure.
again, you are making people like me look bad in the eyes of the public because you do things which haven't gotten myself to do yet, and in this
Well,
particular
but that's
case.
true for me as well.
I don't think so. So, in this particular thing I'm referring to is that you give 10% of your income to charity, right?
Right.
And I want to hear your thoughts on altruism because, like you mentioned, you're an advisor to coefficient giving. You've thought deeply about this. You want your money. Don't just want to have the feel good factor that, oh, I'm giving my money away for the good, but you actually want it to be effective and you spent a lot of time thinking about it. And
Right.
so, take me through, when you started thinking about this and share your insights on what you've learned in this journey about altruism.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I think like many people, when you're a kid, your parents might take you to a charity drive or something, or maybe during school or something like that. And I grew up in Hong Kong, and it was like not. It was quite difficult for me to see people who had so much less, right? And it just felt so down to luck, and like I could easily imagine myself being born in a different situation. And for me, every time we went to one of these charity drives, or we'd go to care homes, or even if you see a homeless person on a street and you're thinking about donating, it would just made me feel like I can't give enough that would actually make a difference to their lives. And that felt just kind of disempowering in some way. Like I just felt like, I'm giving them $10 or something. What's that going to do? Like really in the long term, that's not going to help very much at all. And it really, I think, put me off charity for a long time and I didn't think it was like ineffective or unhelpful, but I just thought this is so little and people feel good about doing almost nothing. And maybe this is bad because then I wasn't doing even that small amount of charity, but it just felt like, what's the point of this? And surely we should be doing more than this. And I think maybe 6 or 7 years ago, I came across the effective altruist movement. And there's this idea there that people earn to give. So there's this recommendation that, if you're in a high paying job, you should be giving some of your money away to charity. And especially giving it away to charities that make the most difference. And I think that part really kind of speaks to me in that if you're able to save 200 kids with the same amount of money that you would be saving one, I do think that it's not a difficult decision to make, that you should in general treat these as you want to make your money go the furthest, save the most lives with the same amount of money. And so a lot of that was kind of made me think about what is the best use of my time and resources. And I think for a long time, I was still not that sold on charity as a way to improve the world. Like I really was much more interested in economic growth, poverty reduction. And I think like a lot of people, I just thought, okay, these are the broader problems that need to be solved. It's not just about giving people money. And I still believe that, I think, to some degree, but I also think it's so easy to solve some of those problems right now with funding. And that's something that I've kind of learned to appreciate through the research and the writing that I've done with this malaria vaccine. It's like, oh, you can easily change people's lives by donating to bed nets or to vaccines or something like that. And the funding is actually the gap. And there are many countries that are very poor, but actually have pretty good health outcomes because they focus on health. And health is just such a big driver of life expectancy and happiness and income that it's easy to make a lot of progress by focusing on that. And so that's kind of the way that I think about it. And also that these economies are often growing so slowly that even it's going to take a long time for that to change. And in the meantime, hundreds of thousands of kids are going to die from preventable diseases. And we can just prevent that. And it costs such a small fraction of our money. Um, but the real thing that changed my mind, like occasionally people would come up to me at parties and be like, have you signed the pledge? And if not, why not? And my answer to that was just, well, I haven't looked into the charities enough myself, and I'm not convinced of which one to donate to, and I don't know what to do. And it was really last year, when there were big cuts to foreign aid in the US and then in the UK and in Europe. You know, from my writing, I'm often learning about all of these programs and how many lives they save and how important they are. And I think until that point, I just hadn't appreciated how much of a difference they were making. So the biggest program, for example, PEPFAR, that supports like 20 million people with HIV treatment around the world. And that program was just paused completely for around a month. And I think just because I had written about it and read about it, and it just felt quite heartbreaking that like all of these people are, it's worse if you've had that treatment for so long and now suddenly you can't even access it anymore. And like all of a sudden your life completely changes. And it just made me feel like I need to do something, and I need to contribute in some way. And I came across this organization called Project Resource Optimization, or PRO. And it was developed by this bunch of people who were previously in the US Foreign Aid Department. And they set up this organization to try to figure out which projects were being canceled, which of these global health, especially programs, are being canceled, and which of them just needed money to continue. And they put together a list of these canceled projects and then tried to narrow them down to the ones that were having the most impact, like which ones were doing simple things that were extremely effective. And to me, that just seemed like, okay, this is even more valuable than normal for me to donate now. And also, like, the need is so high, and the way to avoid, you can kind of reduce how much suffering there is in such an easy way. I just thought now is the right time to actually make a big donation. But also, again, when you look at the figures, and I don't know how other people think about this, but like, if you look at the figures, it costs, in some cases, it costs about $400 or $1,000 to prevent one person from suffering for a year from a disease. That's kind of the estimate. That's extremely cheap in absolute terms, especially if you live in the UK or the US or something. But in Africa, it's like extremely cheap because some of these diseases are very preventable. But to me, that still seemed like quite high. And I thought, okay, even if I'm donating $1,000, that's 2 people. That it just seemed like surely there's a more useful way that I could be spending that time or that money. And it's why that I've been much more interested in kind of innovation and these like clinical trial reform and these institutional changes. But I also just thought, right now, the problem is not about changing what innovations are made, but it's literally the drugs are in clinics and the clinics are shut down and there are no healthcare workers and they've all been fired and like they don't have any funding. And so the problem is literally just getting them to people. And so this is a time when the money actually matters and goes a long way. And I also thought that maybe just on my own, it's not going to make that much of a difference. But if I can persuade other people to donate, then that will have a bigger impact. And so I wrote about it in this blog post, kind of in the hopes that if someone saw someone who had just changed their mind and what persuaded them, they would be more inclined to think, oh, this is something that I could do as well. And so, yeah, I mean, that was kind of the backstory behind that. But I also just thought it was so urgent at that point that in the pledge, which is designed by this organization called Giving What We Can, they recommend people donate 10% of their income across their lifetime. It doesn't have to be every year, but in total, once you sign the pledge. And I just thought the need is so big right now, and it's so urgent. In the first year, I ended up donating 20% of that annual income, and I need to do my donation for this year. But it just seemed like such a no-brainer, and it also just actually made me feel a lot better about myself, and just I'm doing something that is actually important, and I've written about it and hopefully persuaded other people that this is important as well.
No, that's just so awesome. And it's really not an either or. You can play the long game and work for economic growth and work for institutional reform.
Exactly. Right.
But at the same time, you can do the little bit that you can now and,
Right.
do it in a voluntary way instead of demanding that the state, does coercive things. So,
Right.
So my final kind of question for you, not even a question, it's a request, that for me and my listeners, recommend to us books, films, music that you really love, that fill you with joy and they make you so happy you want to share them with all the world.
Yeah, so my bookcase shelf just behind me has all of my favorite books. And so I'd recommend a few from there. One of them is this book called 1493 by Charles Mann. He's this great science writer and historian, and the book 1493 is about the discovery of the Americas and all of the consequences of that. So one was the exchange of trade and the information and the culture sharing, but there's also the pandemics that were spread to the Americas, like flu, for example, bubonic plague, and the various cholera, and I think various other infections were spread to America for the first time because of that. But then there's also various economic, inventions and things that were brought to Europe or vice versa, like tomatoes and I think potatoes as well, and rubber and various other things. And he has like a chapter on each of these big exchanges, and it's really about that, and it's an incredible book. So I really recommend that. The other one I would recommend is this book called The Collapse. It's about the fall of the Berlin Wall, and it's called The Collapse, the Accidental Opening of the Berlin Wall. And I really loved it because going into it, I didn't know very much about it at all. And I just thought, oh, Ronald Reagan said, tear down this wall. And then it happened. So he must have been responsible. But the story is just so much more interesting than that. And a lot of it is individual bizarre decisions that were made by people, and also just the general public had been doing mass demonstrations for, more economic freedom and so on. And they kind of escalated to this point that once these accidents had happened, there was enough momentum to actually keep the walls open and bring them down. And I thought that book was really beautiful. And then what else would I recommend? I really like this book, How to Survive a Plague. It's about the AIDS epidemic and sort of drug development during that point. So I think the tagline is something like how scientists and activists came together to solve the AIDS epidemic. And it's really amazing because I didn't know very much about the science of like HIV treatment until I read that book, and just how these drugs were developed, who the scientists were. What was interesting to me, I think I may have mentioned it a few hours ago, was that the first HIV treatments came from cancer researchers. And so that itself was new. Then there were various activists that were involved in speeding up the process. And this is kind of interesting to me from a clinical trials perspective, that they were basically saying, this is a life or death situation for us. We have to find a better way of testing drugs and approving them faster. And that those activists kind of learned about the FDA system and shaped it and actually made a much faster process for drug review and approval. And so that I thought was super interesting. But it's a very frustrating book. And I think I should say that because the first 5 years of the AIDS crisis was just incredibly depressing because there's no progress, and you just see people making horrible decisions for extremely petty reasons. And it's very human and it's very horrible. and sitting here listening, I was listening to the audiobook and I was just like, how do you decide to do that? That's insane. And, it's just politics. And it's a very eye-opening book. Just because it makes you think about science and medicine, not just from the perspective of, the drugs themselves, but also how does it all happen? Like, what are the cultural, sociological kind of influences on all of that? And I think it's just a great book.
Any movies or music or game shows? I know you're into game shows.
Oh, game shows. What's the one that The Mole. Have you seen that?
No.
It's a Netflix game show, where there's like a group of contestants, and then one of them is actually trying to sabotage the missions of the group. And it's everyone else's job to figure out who the mole is. But what the really clever thing about the show is that at the end of each episode, they're asked to do a quiz, and the quiz is about the mole. And so it's questions like, was the mole wearing a blue shirt? Or, was the mole male or female? Or does the mole have siblings? And the contestants then, they have to do this quiz, and they get scored on the quiz, and the person who gets the most wrong answers leaves. And so not only is it hard, but there's also an incentive to pretend to be the mole when you're not, so that other people get the wrong answers on the quiz and get kicked out. And that makes it a very interesting dynamic and like a very fun thing to watch. And it's just like from a sociological experiment, it's like fun to see how they try to trick each other and try to figure out who the person is.
Question for you. If the mole is murdered by one of the other contestants and his body is stored in a refrigerator, why will a biologist be interested in that?
Oh, wow.
I'll tell you why. It's a bad pun.
Okay.
Because it's a molecular problem. You get it? Molecular.
Oh.
Sorry, that was like really terrible. This is what happens as more and more time elapses. Any more or movies or music?
There's a docudrama also about HIV called And the Band Played On, which I think is just very good because that one is from the perspective of the scientists, like the scientists at the CDC and other people who were trying to figure out what was actually causing HIV. And then eventually developed the drugs for it. And it was just so fascinating. Again, very petty and lots of political drama, but then you also learn about the process of trying to figure out something that is stigmatized, but also, spreading in a very different way than usual. It's such a great movie. I would recommend that.
Well, thank you so much for being here for so long. I learned so much from this, and thank you for what you do as well. This was just a great episode. I can't wait to listen to it again. So thanks, Saloni. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me. It was such a nice conversation. I had a great time.
If you enjoyed listening to this episode, check out the show notes, enter rabbit holes at will. Check out all of Saloni's writing. It's fascinating. You can spend many hours and you'll learn so much. It'll open your eyes. Do it right now. You can follow Saloni on Twitter at Salonium. You can follow me on Twitter at Amit Varma, AmitVarma. You can browse past episodes of The Seen and the Unseen at seenunseen.in and every podcast app of your choice. Isn't it wonderful, this technology? Like 30 years ago, I couldn't have done this. Just imagine, and now I can. Somewhere I chat with a person who is half a world away, and somewhere you, who is a further half of the world away, and therefore perhaps in the same place as me, can listen to it. Isn't that great? Isn't that amazing? Wow. Did you enjoy this episode of The Seen and the Unseen? If so, would you like to support the production of the show? You can go over to seenunseen.in/support and contribute any amount you like to keep this podcast alive and kicking. Thank you.